Good evening, everyone. So, yesterday we had started our discussion on civil society organizations, and we have already covered NGOs and SHGs, that are your self-help groups. Now, we were discussing a few questions related to SHGs, and I had given a couple of questions to you to write. Did you try writing those questions? Okay, so yeah, today is the last class. Look how happy everyone is that finally we'll move on to another subject which is not as boring. Okay, so for those of you who face any issues, any difficulties related to understanding any topics, or you want any suggestions, you can mail me at hemant.tawar@byju's.com. This is my email ID. So, okay, let's discuss this question. How do SHGs sometimes fall short in addressing the root cause of poverty and inequality in a region? How do these self-help groups sometimes fall short in addressing the root causes of poverty and inequality in a region? Now, this inequality can be your economic inequality, or it can be your social inequality as well. Now, this question primarily asks you to discuss the shortcomings of your self-help groups. That we have to see how these self-help groups would not at times be able to achieve these objectives. So when you think of shortcomings of SHGs, do not just replicate the challenges, just think about this. Just think, I'll just give you a cue and then we will start the discussion on this question. So if I say that your SHGs are essentially small group of small homogeneous groups ranging from 10 to 20 people, do you think they'll be able to address the larger problems of that community? Yes, they can definitely address the problems related to the members, but they would not be able to address all the problems within that community. So similarly, you have to think about what can be the problems related to these SHGs, because if a particular SHG is trying to address the problem of poverty, it can fail for multiple reasons. It can fail because of lack of resources. It can face any kind of socio-cultural hurdles. So all the challenges that we have discussed. So those challenges have to be mentioned. But apart from that, we have to see that how the scope of these SHGs is limited. I'll give you another example and then I'll take your suggestions. That one, we are seeing that these are essentially small groups. They do not cater to the problems of the larger community. Similarly, these small groups will take care only of the issues related to members. They would not be able to, say, engage in policy advocacy. For example, we were talking about your non-governmental organizations, and we were saying that they'll take up role of policy advocates. They'll take up role of educators. So in that sense, if you see that these SHGs would not be able to take up or influence any kind of policies related to government. So now think of other shortcomings. So your body of this answer will cover the shortcomings of these SHGs. One is the challenges that we have highlighted, and also we have to think that how the scope of these SHGs is limited. And also in conclusion, you can just conclude with various suggestions to address these problems. Now, these suggestions need not necessarily be limited to solving the problems of SHGs, need not be limited to the way forward, as we have discussed in context of SHGs. You can include other suggestions as well. That why do we have to say, why only the SHGs have to address this root cause? Why can't we think of government intervention? Why can't we think of other organizations? So all those kind of suggestions can be mentioned here. We will come to the body. Just think of introduction before that. think of the introduction. In what all ways can we introduce this answer? No, this subject will be completed today and you would not have any extra classes for this subject. Think of introductions. What all introductions can be taken up here? Anyone? So, okay, apart from the shortcomings of SHGs, we can think of other ways to address this problem of root causes. Other ways apart from SHGs to address these problems. Second, apart from the shortcoming of SHGs, yes, you can think of the solution, but it's better you come up with the suggestions in conclusion. So apart from these two problems of poverty and inequality, what other problems can SHGs solve? Alternatively, you can try to say discuss or highlight what are these what are the various root causes of poverty and inequality, right? So think of inequality when it comes to gender, think of economic inequality, right? So all the causes of poverty and inequality briefly. I think these suggestions would do. See, Abhishek, when you are saying that we can appreciate the SHGs while adding a pinch of shortcomings. So shortcomings anyways will come to your body part. In that sense, you can think of role of SHGs. You can think of introducing with the role of SHGs. So yes, Bharti, you're right when you say that how SHGs are basically transforming the developmental agenda. So that is what role of SHGs is. Okay, so you can introduce in various ways. You have multiple ways to introduce this answer. Then you already know that in conclusion, you can come up with suggestions to address these shortcomings and also suggest other measures to address poverty and address the issues of poverty and inequality. Alternatively, you can think of various government interventions in this direction. These government interventions can also be used in your introduction part, where you say that the government is taking up these steps, but still we have these issues prevailing, and with the role of SHGs, we can fix these issues of poverty and inequality in a region. Right, so the idea of using government intervention in the conclusion can be used as introduction. Now think of the body part. What all shortcomings of the SHGs can you highlight? So we can think of the limited scope of SHGs. We can think of various reasons which can lead to the failure of these SHGs. So all those challenges have been highlighted, and what I have done is I have given you these pointers that they have limited scope, they have lack of access to resources, inadequate capacity building when it comes to the human resources. Then when we think of poverty and inequality, we do not try to address the root causes. We do not try to address the structural issues. So for example, with better provisions for healthcare, with better investment in education, we can actually take care of these issues, which are these structural issues, which your SHGs cannot take up. Then absence of policy advocacy, limited scalability, etc. So all these answers, all these pointers can be used, and you think of the classification in your head. So a few will be related to the shortcomings of the SHGs. Then the others will be highlighting the limited scope of SHGs, right? Yes, I'll definitely give you suggestions for your answers. Do not worry, Anushka. Okay, so I hope you'll be able to now address this question, and you see that most of your questions will have similar kind of answers with a little addition here and there. So in a few questions, they'll ask about incorporating examples. In a few questions, they'll ask you to say, uh, take up any other aspect apart from the ones that we have discussed, right? But essentially, most of the questions will contain these pointers, will have these pointers. So even if you think of a question where it talks about the way forward for SHGs, how we can fix the problems related to SHGs, we have to think in all these dimensions, right? So okay, moving on to our next civil society organization, that is your cooperative societies. Now they pretty much stay in news every now and then, and most of you would be aware. Also, you read cooperative societies, you learn about cooperative societies in economy, wherein you compare these cooperative societies with companies. Now, also, please do not get confused when it comes to your self-help groups and your cooperative societies. And I will highlight the differences, do not worry. Now, these cooperative societies, just think of your milk producers in a particular region who are giving their produce, selling their produce to a company. Now, these farmers or these dairy people cannot directly say access. They do not directly have access to the company. They do not have contacts with the company, so they'll need a middleman. Now, what happens is these middlemen ultimately lead to exploitation of these people, exploitation of these farmers. So if these farmers tomorrow think of coming together, forming a union, forming an organization, getting it registered with the under the Cooperative Society Act, and start selling their produce directly to the company, eliminating the middleman. Similarly, it can be a group of people, or say micro, small enterprises, people coming from those enterprises, and they think that, okay, we sell similar product. Why can't we come together and start processing our own products, or start processing the raw material and create our own products and sell it directly in the market? Now, just think about this. It essentially is a form of business organization, because ultimately they'll take up some business. Now, you would say that when we were talking about civil society organizations, that it was not supposed to be profit oriented. And if you're forming a business organization, it is bound to be profit oriented. What is this problem? What is this irony? Now, you remember, when it comes to profit, it is basically the part, or the if you think of profit, the part that is being appropriated by the owner, that is what the profit is. So if there is a company, there is a business running, they make any kind of profit in a year, so some part of it will go back to the organization. It'll go in infrastructure development, or maybe opening up a new industry. Then some part of it will be appropriated by the businessmen for their own personal use. It'll be converted to their personal wealth. Now, when it comes to cooperative societies, what happens is they do not work on the motive of earning profit. They work on the motive of benefiting all. They work on the motive of helping all the members of that cooperative society. So whatever profit they make, some part of it will go back to the organization, and some part of it will come back as a dividend to all those members according to their contribution. Now, just let's look at a few features of cooperative societies, and then we'll try to compare it with your companies or business organizations. So this is ultimately a form of business organization, and when we try to compare it with your self-help groups, you find that these are registered entities under your Cooperative Society Acts of various states, and it can be, say, functioning in multiple states. Think of Amul, think of NAFIT, think of HAFIT. All these are examples of cooperative societies. Now, these, again, as we talk about your cooperative societies, The organization is voluntary and democratic. How democratic? That all the members, the membership is open. Anyone who can contribute in any way can come join these cooperative societies. Now, all the members will have equal right to vote. All the members will have say when it comes to taking day-to-day decisions related to these, the functioning related to the business aspect. And it is democratic in the sense that it takes the consensus of all the members. Ultimately, if there are a few members, say 20% of the members say that let's not go for this step, let's not take this step, let's not get engaged in business in this particular state. But then the majority of the members say, no, it will ultimately be better for the organization. It will be ultimately better for the cooperative society. So they will go with the majority decision. So they will try to reach a consensus. Now think of a company. Who takes the decision in the company? Who takes the decision in the company? In any kind of company or any kind of business organization, it is primarily the owners of the company who take that decision. And the ownership of the company, so there can be multiple partners, there can be, say, a single owner of that company. They are the ones who will take the decision. Do they take in account the opinion of various employees in that company? Do they check with the, yes, they will definitely take inputs to make an informed decision, but ultimately it is up to them what kind of decision they want to take. So the decision in a company is taken up unilaterally by your by your owners. But when it comes to cooperative societies, all the members will try to reach a consensus and take a decision accordingly. They work on the principle of equity. So you get return according to your, on the basis of your contribution. But there is the principle of equality as well, which is followed. Equality in decision making. Every member is equal. There is no hierarchy as such. So yes, they can create a hierarchy later if the size of the cooperative society grows. Ultimately, they'll need to fast-track decisions, to take day-to-day operational decisions. They will need a few representatives out of these members. But that does not change the structure. Every member is still equal. Whereas when it comes to companies, there is no equality for that matter. There is a strict hierarchy which has to be followed. The decisions are taken by the ones on the top level. But here, it is all the members who are equal, because they are equal partners in that cooperative society, they are equal workers in that cooperative society. The motto is to serve rather than to earn. So we are saying, yes, in the process, they will definitely make profit. But the orientation is not towards making profit. The orientation is towards serving the members of that group, serving the members of that cooperative society. And they know ultimately the views, the demands, the needs of all the members have to be taken in account. Because all of them together have to take any kind of decision. All of them are in this together, right? In companies, you'll find that, say, they work more on professional norms when it comes to management of human resources. If someone is, just think of this case, if someone is not efficient in a company, they'll give them a warning. And if they are not able to mend their ways, they will ask them to leave. But ideally, when it will come to a cooperative society, if there is a member who's not being efficient, they will try to help them becoming more efficient when it comes to work. They'll try to engage. They'll try to make them participate in various affairs. So they take ethics and business hand in hand. So it is one way of conducting various business activities ethically. So all for one and one for all. Right, so they have a sense of community. They have a sense of cooperation amongst each other. They sail together, they fall together. That is what the idea is. These cooperative societies can be easily formed. The members have to come together and get registered under the specific state Cooperative Society Act. The membership is open to all. Now, it's when you say the membership is open, with membership, there'll come various rights and obligations. So if you agree to those rights, or if you say that, yes, I would want to uh, pursue these rights, but I'm ready to follow these obligations. I'm ready to contribute when it comes to manpower. I'm ready to contribute when it comes to economic aspect. So if they say yes to all those rights and obligations, they can become members. But the membership is open. Anyone can join cooperative societies as long as they are ready to contribute according to the norms that they have decided. And also, at times you'll find these cooperative societies will get assistance from the state. Now think of your various cooperative sugar mills. You'll find that with the assistance of state, they do better, right? The state will say depute one of their representatives there. They will contribute financially. They'll contribute when it comes to various operations, etc., for the success of these cooperative societies. Because ultimately, if you look at the objectives of these cooperative society, it is benefit for all. It is going to benefit that community. So this is the idea behind your cooperative society. Let's look at various objectives of cooperative societies. But before that, just compare these cooperative societies with companies. So we are saying companies run on the motive of profit. But when it comes to cooperative society, the objective is not to earn profit, but the objective is to serve the members, to provide services to the members. If you think of the importance or significance of members of the cooperative society, due significance, due importance is given to those members. Everyone is an equal partner in that company. But when it comes to any kind of company, the primacy is given to capital. So if you invest more, you get more return. If you invest more, you have more control in a company. But when it comes to cooperative societies, irrespective of your investment, ultimately everyone will have equal right to vote. Everyone will have similar obligations. Everyone will have similar rights. Then when it comes to registration, companies are registered under the Companies Act, and your cooperative societies are registered under your Cooperative Society Act. The control is democratic. In your companies, all the decision making is done by your owners. So they can create a board, or maybe it can be a single owner who will take all the decisions. But when it comes to cooperative society, all the members will come together, try to reach a consensus and take a decision accordingly. So I hope the idea of cooperative societies is clear now, because now we will move towards the objectives and the issues related to cooperative society. See, the concept of equity is that you just think of the idea of communism. Just think of the idea of communism. According to your contribution, on the basis of your contribution, you get the returns. That is the idea of equity. When it comes to your rights, when it comes to your obligations, everyone has equal rights and obligations. That is the idea of equality behind these cooperative societies. Now, think of various objectives. So the primary idea is, because they are again mostly rural phenomena. So the farmers, the producers will come together, start selling their produce directly in the market, eliminating the role of intermediaries. Similarly, these dairy producers can come together, set up their own processing unit with the assistance from state, with the assistance from various other organizations, and start selling their product directly in the market. So they basically eliminate intermediaries. The best part is that now, when it comes to middlemen, most of the profit is appropriated either by your intermediaries or your final the ultimate company to which they are supplying the produce, and the farmers are generally given peanuts in return. So now they can eliminate these intermediaries, which will ultimately lead to better well-being of these people. Now they'll help raise the economic status of the weaker sections. How? By eliminating the intermediaries. How? By forming an organization where you have democratic control over that organization. Similarly, they help remove the evils of capitalism. Now just think of capitalism. Now capitalism is profit oriented. All the companies work on the motive of profit, which is bypassed. Now you have democratic control. When it comes to capitalism, you find that all these companies, you'll find that there is very high level of competition, right? Why? Because the idea is to earn more and more profit. But when it comes to cooperative society, even if they do not earn a lot of profit, the ultimate idea is to serve the people. In capitalism, the idea is to extract maximum profit. They lead to abolition of social inequalities, because these people who have now formed a cooperative were coming from the weaker sections, but now they can actually help themselves. They are also helping themselves getting better in socio-economic terms. They'll have better social status with the better economic status. They'll also help raise the moral standards of its members. So we are saying cooperative societies, in that sense, take business and ethics together, which is a rare combination. They also help the members understand the idea of cooperation. So just think about this. Even in a company, you would say that we cooperate. In various departments, if you're working, say, as a software developer, you are going to cooperate with your testers. You're going to cooperate with your managers, project managers. You're going to cooperate with your product department. You're going to cooperate with your sales department. But that cooperation is more mechanical. Now here, if you think about this, if you think about cooperators, the cooperation, the idea of cooperation, the idea of helping each other comes naturally. Why? Because everyone is an equal member. Everyone has a stake in that organization. Everyone is working for the betterment of all. These are the objectives of your cooperative societies. Now, what you have to do is you have to start thinking about challenges. You have to start thinking about challenges related to these cooperative societies. They are mentioned in the later slides, but just think about what all challenges these cooperative societies can face. Now, if you think of challenges, just to clarify, just think of the challenges related to membership, think of challenges related to design of these cooperatives, their financial viability and operations. So try to classify these challenges in your head, so that if a question is asked on a specific dimension, if they say what are the problems related to membership in these cooperative society, how can these challenges related to membership can ultimately lead to failure of these cooperative society? So you should be ready with your answer. Now let's think about this. Okay, so they might not have adequate capital. Perfect. The members might not have enough awareness and professional skills to carry out day-to-day operations of these SHGs. So if they are not profit oriented, how do they compete with other companies? Right, all the other companies which are profitable, they can sustain their operations for a longer time compared to these cooperatives. Why? Because their idea is not to generate profit. Okay, now these members can have conflict among themselves. Great. So these members, if you have to reach a consensus, ultimately everyone is an equal part of decision making. So how do you fast track that process? And if you see that when it comes to administration, when it comes to business, we have to make quick decisions. And if the members go on conflicting, how would it happen? Okay, yes, Abhishek, competition with big industries. And on the basis of that, I have formulated a question as well in the later slides. They would not know, they would lack administrative and professional skills. Yes, so they can get influenced by regional politics. So we were saying that the state also assists these SHGs, these cooperative societies with funds and with other kind of professional help. So they can become, or their autonomy can be subdued to the state. These states will plant their, or they will send their, depute their administrators who can actually get involved in corrupt practices. Okay, great. So you have suggested a few points. We will look into those, and do not worry about these slides. What I've done is we have just expanded the objectives which were mentioned here. All the objectives that we have discussed here have been expanded here so that you have better points. Okay, so let's look at these challenges. Now, lack of awareness with respect to rights and duties of the members. Now, you are saying that these members of the cooperatives are coming from socio-economically weaker sections. So they might not be skilled enough. They might not be even aware of their rights and duties. Then also there can be a few members who would become passive, who would not actively contribute to any kind of work. And you find that within your Cooperative Society Acts, you do not have enough provisions to oust the passive members, to oust the members who are not active. Then poor member participation. So we are saying all the members have to come together and take a decision. What if, because of their lack of awareness, because of their lack of will, they are not participating in any kind of decision making? They're not participating in any kind of new ventures that the cooperative society wants to take up. So just relate these challenges to the challenges related to communism, to the challenges related to a joint family. All those challenges will fit very well here, right? So in a joint family, we were saying if there are two brothers, one of the brother might not work. Why? Because they know that the joint family will take care of them. So it can actually lead to, say, laggard behavior of various cooperative members, of various members of these cooperative society, that they would not want to put in efforts. And that is what the primary argument against communism is. Then lack of provision for removal of inactive members, top-down approach. Now we were saying that it is essentially bottom-up. All the members are coming together, taking the decision, but in due course of time, you'll find that a few leaders will emerge in these cooperative societies. They might need additional help because they are not skilled enough. They do not have the professional skills. So they might need people from outside to help them with decision making, to help them with day-to-day operations. So those leaders or those members can actually subdue the interests, the needs and demands of these members of the cooperatives. Those top leaders or top level administrators can ultimately lobby within the cooperative society and keep the majority vote with themselves and influence the decision making on a regular basis. So ultimately, in a long term, you might feel that the objectives, the basic objective was to serve the members, but that objective can be, say, pushed aside. That objective can take a back seat, and they might, say, take up other kind of things. They might, and you'll find that the state of cooperative societies in a country is pretty poor. So we have a few examples like Amul who are faring well, but most of the cooperative societies registered under your State Cooperative Society Act, they're not faring that well. Then lack of long-term perspective of the board. So they might not take decisions according to, according to what is better in the long term. For short term, because these members are going to stay for a short term, so they might think of a few steps that they can actually, from which they can gain in short term and forget about the overall objectives of these cooperative society. Lack of analysis and design. So they might not, at the design stage itself, they might not design the structure well. They might not emphasize more on the roles and responsibility of the members. They might not have sufficient provisions when it comes to the design of your cooperative society. So there can be design related flaws as well. So at times, your state governments will post their government officials there in the cooperative society, and again, they can politicize. They can start lobbying within the cooperative society. They might take to corruption later, because ultimately you have poor farmers whom you are dealing with, poor innocent farmers who would not know much about the corruption that you are taking up, right? Then lack of member capital investment. So if the members are not contributing, we were saying that in a company, your ownership, your authority increases with increase in your investment. So if there are four partners, the one who will invest the most will basically exercise more control, right? But in your cooperative societies, we are saying that everyone has an equal vote. Now, there can be people who have invested more in these cooperative societies. Then there can be people who have not invested any capital at all. So the ones who have not who do not have any kind of stakes in these cooperative society can actually not work properly. It can lead to inefficient behavior or laggard attitude of these members of cooperative society. Then they are not able to attract and retain competent professionals, because they will definitely need at a later stage. Just think about Amul. Do you think it is just those dairy owners of that region who are working in those in Amul? No, they need a lot of professionals for technological advancement, to market their products better, to help them with the logistics, etc. But these cooperative societies might not be able to retain those. Why? Because they are not, say, generating a lot of profit. If they are not generating a lot of profit, they cannot afford these highly skilled professionals. So in the first place, they would not come to these cooperative societies, and also they might leave the job and take up something else which is more remunerative. Now, we were saying that the government also provides financial assistance, which can ultimately lead to a dilution of the autonomy of these cooperative society. So we have a large number of non-viable cooperatives in a country. Why? Because the ultimate idea is not to generate profit, but to serve the members. And in this process, what happens is, if you look at the capitalist economy that we are living in, capitalist society that we are living in, we face a very stringent competition from other companies. Now you have entry of MNCs in our country. How do you sustain in front of those companies, those multinational companies who have huge resources, who have skilled professionals, who have skilled manpower, who are run very professionally? And this ultimately leads to problems related to economic viability of these cooperative society. Okay, so I hope that you have understood the various challenges related to this, to various challenges related to cooperative society. Ravi has a suggestion that he says that as the size of these cooperative societies increase, it attracts more problems. So the way out can be smaller cooperatives, and absolutely yes. So this is one of the suggestions that you'll find. And also, it is not always proportional. Just think of Amul for that matter, right, which has been faring well for years. Most of the products that you'll find across the country are coming from Amul. Most of your dairy products, they are, say, leading when it comes to the sales that they make, etc. So yes, it is not always directly proportional, but you think of this: if you have smaller cooperatives working at a very local, regional level, all those people will understand each other's interests better. All those people, most of those people are facing same kind of challenges. All those people are coming from a homogeneous group. So they will cooperate better. They will collaborate with each other better. And also, if you have these smaller groups, because these cooperative societies can be concentrated in particular regions, if you have smaller groups, then you will find that these more, say, the sheer number of these smaller cooperative society organizations, cooperative society groups will actually be more helpful. And also, for that matter, they might not only be, say, registered cooperative societies. People can come together, cooperate on a local level, and get rid of the problems. So all the objectives that they want to achieve can be achieved without even registering a cooperative society, right? Yeah, so we are that's why we are also highlighting this problem, Amish, that these smaller cooperatives might not be able to compete with bigger private companies. That is one problem. Okay, so I hope you have understood these challenges. Now, what we are going to do is that will look at all the we were talking about mostly economic challenges, etc. Now let's compare this, or let's look at these cooperatives in the light of the forces of the changing forces of globalization and liberalization. How are these forces impacting our cooperative societies? And with this, you'll understand all the economic challenges that you are mentioning here, right? With this, you'll understand all the economic challenges. As we move towards liberalization and globalization, that we definitely are, cooperatives will lose their significance, and we have to critically analyze. So when you have to critically analyze, you have to look at both the dimensions. So your body part will cover how globalization can have a positive impact on your cooperatives, and also how globalization can have negative impact on your cooperative society. This is your body. In your conclusion part, what you can do is the negatives of the negative impacts of globalization that we have highlighted can be solved here. So you can think of various suggestions to fix these problems, various suggestions to fix these negative aspects of globalization. Now first think about introduction, then we'll move to the body part. Think about introduction. What kind of introduction can we give to this question? Yes, Femina Gulam, we'll come back to the body part. Let's think of introduction first. Great. So Ambesh is saying, apart from liberalization and globalization, there can be other factors which become challenges to cooperatives. Great. Yes, so Anurag, Anushka, everyone is suggesting the same. What can be other suggestions? Yes, we can definitely use a few facts to highlight the status of cooperatives. Great. Now also, great. Who has done that? Okay, XY. So with the decline in significance of cooperatives, there can be consequences, right? What can be the problems which arise out of cooperatives losing their significance? So consequences of the depreciating or the dilution of significance of SHG of your cooperatives. Great. See, Shaimil is talking about introducing with other negative impacts of liberalization and globalization. Let's stick to your cooperatives and cooperative societies, right? So let's stick to your cooperatives, because that is what is the central part of the question. See, Vaishna, all these positives and negatives will become a part of your body, will become a part of your body of the answer. Now the question says how liberalization and globalization is leading to these cooperatives losing their significance, but we have to critically analyze. So if you have to critically analyze, you have to give equal weightage to both the positives of globalization on cooperatives and also the negatives of globalization on cooperatives. So that will essentially be contained in your body part. Okay, another thing is, so this is related to this. So if we are saying that there can be consequences which arise out of cooperatives losing their significance, these are basically equivalents of objectives of your cooperative societies. Objectives of your cooperative society basically highlight the significance of cooperative societies, and if they lose this significance, what can be the consequences? So you can just use 2-3 lines to highlight these problems. Okay, so I think we have 3-4 introductions that we can use. We have the conclusion. Let's come to the body part. Let's come to the body part. Ravi, we have to oppose it. We have to oppose it here. If you look at the question, it says critically analyze. So we have to write against the statement as well, which says negatives. Okay, how do you go about it? Now just think about this. Think about this before, say, writing all the, say, pointers in your body. Just think about this. What are the various features of globalization and liberalization which will impact cooperatives? Just think of features of globalization and liberalization. If you think of features of globalization and liberalization, you can think of both positive and negative impact. Right? If you remember your chapter on globalization, that's how we approached. You look at the features of globalization and liberalization, and then think of positive and negative impact on cooperatives. Okay, so competition is one. It will increase the competition. So these cooperatives would have to toil hard. These cooperatives would have to restructure themselves. They would have to evaluate their performance to stay competitive. Alternatively, these cooperatives, when compared to your multinational companies or when compared to your local companies which have been funded with the foreign money, they face a very tough competition. They can run out of business. Great. Now these cooperatives have access to the global market. One of the features of globalization, access to the global market. Now they can sell their product anywhere across the globe. But at the same time, other countries, other companies can also sell their products here, which can be better in quality, which can be cheaper compared to these their products. Okay, so the size of market has increased. Newer technology. Now these cooperatives can use these newer technologies, and at the same time, these cooperatives might not be able to adapt to these newer technologies because of their members. Because their members are coming from socio-economically weaker background, and hence they have low awareness levels. Hence they have low professional skills, because of which they might not be able to adopt this new technology. At the same time, these multinational companies using this new technology can simply overpower these cooperatives. Great. Now they have more avenues of investment. But at the same time, other companies also have these newer avenues of investment because of globalization, because of liberalization. Great. So I hope you have understood the problem. You have understood the essence of the question. Now what you can do is, there are two ways to write this. Either you can write the positives, or you can write the positive impacts of liberalization and globalization on cooperatives, and then write negatives of liberalization, globalization on cooperatives. That is one way. Another way is classify your answer, or just use various features of globalization, and then within the same paragraph you can highlight both the positives and negatives. So you say increased competition. Now because of this increased competition, in the market, you'll find that the cooperatives are both at an advantage and disadvantage at the same time. So you can just write your answer in simply by highlighting various features of globalization and liberalization, and looking at their positive and negative impacts in the same page or in the same paragraph. Great. So Ravi, Anurag, XY, you are suggesting in the right direction. So you have the structure here. Do not worry about this. All you have to understand is, in your body part, think of your features of globalization and liberalization, and then you think of the positive and negative impact of these features on cooperatives. That will essentially cover your body part. So we have looked at various kinds of introduction that we can provide to this question. We have the conclusion, and now we have also discussed the body part. So just give a quick thumbs up if you understood this question, and you'll be able to write this. Just give a quick thumbs up. Okay, great. So try writing this answer It is again a fairly simple question because we have discussed globalization in detail. It was a long and boring discussion when it came to globalization, and you can now simply use all those arguments here. And the way we have looked at the impact of globalization on your economy, on certain sections of the population, impact of globalization on the social structure, on various social institutions like caste, etc. Similarly, you can look at the impact of globalization on cooperatives, etc. Great. Okay, let's move to the next part of our discussion. This is your last chapter. If you look at the syllabus, it says issues arising out of design and implementation of government policies and programs for vulnerable sections of the population. Now, generally, how this part is being taken up is that all the vulnerable sections are taken up, and then we look at various schemes and policies and programs for those vulnerable sections. But the approach that we are going to take up is, what we'll do is, there is a basic framework when it comes to analyzing, evaluating various policies and programs of the government. Any kind of policy, for any kind of policy, there can be a basic structure, basic framework that will take up. Now, when you find those questions in the examination, yes, those questions will address the problems, the issues related to a specific section of the population, specific vulnerable section. But what you have to do is, at times you do find a lot of arguments against the or a lot of problems related to implementation of those schemes, related to design of those schemes. But with this framework, you'll have a structure in mind that on the basis of these factors, on the basis of this criteria, I can evaluate any kind of scheme. And what you have to do is, once we're done with this, tomorrow during revision, take up any of your policy. First, take up your national education policy or take up your health policy and just think about various programs under that policy and just see whether you are able to analyze those or not. Because those are the kind of questions that they ask in your paper 2. Because again, if we make it very factual, if we start taking up various schemes and programs related to each and every section, the classes will never end. We can go on for the entire year because the government will keep coming up with something new every now and then. And also, if you think of the implementation, they do not come out with reports for each and every program. So the best way to approach this is to have a basic framework in mind that this is the way in which I have to approach various policies and programs. No matter what they ask, I can use this structure, right? And yes, if you find, say, any details related to implementation of a particular program, because that's something that you find in your editorials, so you can use that. You can just club those issues here. Now, when it comes to your vulnerable sections, we say that your women and children are vulnerable sections. We say our elderly are vulnerable sections. We say your differently abled also form a part of the vulnerable sections. Similarly, SCs, STs, other backward classes, then you have your transgenders, you have your tribals, right? So all these form your vulnerable sections of the society. So yes, you do need awareness with respect to various challenges that these vulnerable sections face. Now, all your challenges, most of your challenges related to the issues of your scheduled castes and tribes are covered with polity. Most of the issues related to or challenges related to women, children and elderly have been covered with social issues. Apart from that, transgender is left, that we will take up. We will discuss briefly. But again, you have to remember, you just have to look into your previous year questions and see what kind of questions that they have asked. And you can definitely use this framework that we are going to discuss to write those answers. Okay. So let's start with this. Now, before we come to the actual part, just remember your national health policy. In your national health policy, what we did first was, the national health policy talked about various problems, various challenges related to healthcare. and they highlighted a few objectives that they said we need to make our healthcare system more affordable. We need to make our healthcare services available for all, accessible to all. Ultimately, they were talking about reaching universal health coverage. So the output of that policy basically can be universal health coverage, that everyone gets access to quality and affordable healthcare. Right? If you remember the objective from there. So the objective can be understood as output. Now, to achieve this objective, they were saying that let's put in more money in public health, increase public health expenditure. Similarly, they were talking about the role of private players. Similarly, they were talking about the role of your traditional medicine in achieving universal health coverage. If you remember, we had discussed a question on that as well. Then to do this, to reach this universal health coverage, they decided various pointers. Now they started implementing those. They said, let's open health and wellness centers through this public funding. They said, let's set up Ayush Ministry so that we can push traditional medicine. They said, let's regulate our private sector better. What are these? Various processes or various outputs that are coming, or various steps, various actions that the government has taken under this policy. To do what? To reach or to achieve this objective, the objective of universal health coverage. Now, till here, everything is understood well. Now, move ahead and remember our discussion on education. If you think of education, the need is that more and more people, just think of education, the need is that more and more of our students, or all of our students, 100% of our students should enroll in school system. What do? You maybe increase the public spending. The government can increase the spending in education. The government can restructure the curriculum. There can be various ways in which we can improve the teacher quality, etc. So all those programs under your national, all those suggestions under your national education policy. What can be these? These can be various forms of input. What do they do? What do they do with increased public spending? With increased public spending, they open more number of schools. With increased public spending, they make basic infrastructure available. With increased public spending, they ensure that everyone gets quality education. Right. So with that, they can say open up more schools. With more public funding, they can open up more schools, say in remote areas, etc. Now, what will be the output? Output will be an increase in your gross enrollment ratio. Output will be increased attendance. Output will be reduced dropouts. Right? These will be outputs. Till here, I hope we are on the same page. So we can understand the process within the national health policy which has been discussed, the process within your national education policy which has been discussed. Now, what I'm saying is, this is still output. Attending the school regularly, not dropping out of school, can it ensure learning outcomes? Can it ensure that every student is able to read at the grade level? That every student is able to perform basic mathematical operations at the grade level? Does ensuring these outputs and ensure your outcome, learning outcomes? And the answer is no. Similarly, if you are saying that we have achieved universal health coverage, now everyone can access quality health care, but would it necessarily lead to better quality of life? And again, you would say no. There can be various challenges. So till here, you understand that this is how your policy works, but ultimately we have to look at the outcome. So these policies will decide the outcome as well. Now, if you remember your national health policy, they were talking about health as a matter of well-being. Health not just related to diseases. Health being something that covers all the aspects of well-being of a human, of well-being of a person. Similarly, in national education policy, they were talking about making India a vibrant knowledge society. They were talking about improving the learning outcomes. What are those? Those are basically outcomes. So why did I highlight this here? Because you will understand the importance later, that achieving the outputs or achieving the basic objectives that we have highlighted does not always ensure outcomes. So there is a difference between output and outcome, which will, again, I have the write-up for that. You can go through it, but just understand this. Now, this was the process of something that we have already discussed. Now, let's try to generalize this process, right? So how does this process start? The process starts at the designing stage. They'll first try to identify various problems, that these are the problems related to our, say, education. Then how to fix those problems? They will think of various alternatives to fix that problem. That is basically your objective. So the answer to those problems will be your objectives. To reach those objectives, there can be multiple ways, there can be multiple alternatives. So you can increase public expenditure, but you can also collaborate with private players, right? So there can be multiple alternatives. Then they'll think of the best alternative. Right, it need not only be the best alternative that they will go with. There can be a mix and match. There can be multiple alternatives which are taken up. So they say, yes, we'll increase public spending, but at the same time, we'll collaborate with private players. So they will determine alternatives, that which alternative to take to implement this policy better. Now they will, in this process, they'll evaluate those alternatives based on the data. So they will say that in the past, we have already increased spending on education, but we did not achieve the desired objectives. We did not achieve the desired outcome. So they'll start evaluating those alternatives and fix that this is the way that we are going to take. Now everything is decided. They will discuss, debate it in the parliament. Finally, it will get passed. And now they will start implementing this policy in a phased-wise manner. They'll say that to improve education, let's start working on the basic infrastructure. Let's provide clean drinking water to all the schools. Let's create a digital library which all the students can access for free. Let's restructure the curriculum that the students are being taught. Let's include vocational education, right? Let's include a component of ethics in our education. So they'll start implementing various programs under this policy framework. And at the same time, they'll start evaluating these programs. They'll say that, okay, we started, or we have, we are welcoming your foreign universities to enter India. And once they start entering India, once they start opening their campuses, you can find that there can be various problems related to it. So at the same time, they will keep monitoring this implementation part. So the way, if you remember, we were talking about health and wellness centers. So whether all the states are achieving the targets of the health and wellness centers that they have to open, what has been the outcome of your policy Indradhanush, whether we are able to vaccinate all the children or not. So they'll start monitoring the implementation part. Now this monitoring will go on through the implementation process. So if you remember, any policy will take years to get implemented completely. So they'll go on monitoring the implementation part. Then they'll move on to looking at whether the desired outcomes, whether the desired objectives have been achieved or not. So the objective was to achieve universal health coverage. The outcome was supposed to be better well-being for people. So they start looking into those aspects. And once they are done with that, they will evaluate all the dimensions of the policy. They'll evaluate whether there was a problem at the design level. They'll evaluate whether there were problems with implementation. Why would they do that? So that when they are ready for the next policy, this evaluation happens to make you ready for the next policy. That the next policy that we are going to adopt, the suggestions for the challenges, because there'll be a few objectives will be reached. Say they reach 100% gross enrollment ratio in schools. So that objective is achieved. So now that objective will not be a part of your next policy, because that has been achieved. We are doing fairly well there. But there can be other objectives which might not get fulfilled. There can be other objectives of making education affordable for all. And with data, they might find that no, education is still not affordable. These will become challenges, or these will become the problems that you are going to identify in your next policy. Now let's look at this. So your design stage says, let's identify the problems. Let us determine what objectives do we have to achieve. Then think of various policy alternatives, that okay, these 3-4 can be policy alternatives, that we can take up this policy, this policy, this policy, or we can take this way to achieve these objectives. Evaluate all those alternatives, and then finally select the most appropriate policy based on the cost benefit analysis. Then you move on to next part, that is of implementation. That now you have to come up with various programs to implement this policy, and during this implementation you go on monitoring the entire implementation process. Then you move towards looking at the various outcomes and objectives, whether they have been achieved or not, and then you evaluate the entire policy. So monitoring is happening for only this level. Policy monitoring is taking care of the issues related to implementation, whether we are able to implement that policy well or not, whether there are issues related to human resources, whether there are issues related to corruption, whether there are issues related to, say, physical resources or financial resources. But when it comes to evaluation, they evaluate the entire policy, whether there was a problem at the design stage, whether there was something wrong with implementation. And this policy evaluation will ultimately lead to the problem identification. This policy evaluation will help you with determining the objectives. This policy evaluation will help you to take up or determine and evaluate the alternatives. That you would say that in the previous policy, we thought of collaborating more and more with private players, but it did not help us. So basis that, you can make decision which policy alternative to take. Now this policy evaluation is going to help you in all the dimensions. Okay, now this was the basic process of your design and implementation of a policy, which has basically 3 levels. The first level is design, then you have implementation, and then you have evaluation. Now let's look at all these stages one by one. And while we discuss the stages, I would expect you to come up with the challenges, come up with the problems. Yes, ultimately I'm going to tell you, most of those will be mentioned in your notes, in your PPTs, but I would expect you to participate in that so that you think more, right? Because apart from all the issues that are being highlighted in your newspapers, you should get more understanding from this part. Now, first thing is to go through all these processes. Just think of, say, taking up policy alternatives. What you have to do is, now it does not happen theoretically, right? You need a lot of data, you need a lot of statistics to back your decision, to back your argument. The way we were looking at data when it came to women health, the way we were looking at data when we were thinking of gross enrollment ratio, or the status of women, or the status of elderly. Similarly, during all these stages of your say policy designing and implementation and evaluation, you need the basic technique of policy analysis, in which you take up data. Now this data is used to evaluate what has been done in the past. This data can be used to see whether say changing the curriculum of your education, of your school education, helped us or not. So this data will help you evaluate the past. This data will also help you forecast for the future, because you also have to think of the future. You also have to think of the changing needs of the population. So the way we were saying that in Indian population, the proportion of elderly is going to increase over the years. What is that? We are projecting the population using data-based technique, that on this rate, with this rate, the elderly population is going to increase in the future. So this basic technique of Policy analysis is used to look at the likely consequences of the proposed policy, that is basically future and forecasting, and also what were the consequences of policies that have already been adopted, that is what passed. So you use data to look at the future and to evaluate the past. So you are going to use this at all the stages. Okay, so you have already started coming up with problems, challenges related to design and implementation. But let's move stage by stage so that you have the structure crystal clear in your mind. Because right now you might be trying to remember this structure that you do not have to. Please note that you do not have to remember this structure. You do not have to remember all these stages. The conceptual framework should be in your head, that if you start looking at something, you start from the scratch, right? So the way we have say structured all our questions, the way we have structured all the dimensions so far, the same logic has to be used here, extended here. Okay, so Mohammed has a good question which says, does this policy analysis last at any stage? And if you remember, we were saying that okay, this is the basic process of policy formulation, but ultimately the last stage, that is policy evaluation, is going to contribute to identifying problem in the next policy. So this policy process is something which is ongoing. It will not stop. This is the process, right? So there'll be one policy after the other. Yes, it will take years to come, but it will basically be completing the same cycle, the same process, by making changes through evaluation. Okay, let's come to the first part, which says we have to identify the problem and determine the objective. So I hope you have understood all these stages. Please tell me if you have understood all these stages. If not, we will discuss, okay? And you have sufficient content here to go through it. Now you have to identify problems. How do you identify problems? Based on data. That's how you identify problem, right? We were saying that the gross enrollment ratio in schools is low. For girls, it is this. For boys, it is this. What did you do? You looked at various data from household surveys with ACER report. Similarly, we highlighted problems through your All India survey for higher education. So these are the problems, that the gross enrollment ratio is low. So you identify the problems looking at data. Now tell me what can be the problems related to identification of the underlying problem. What can be the issues related to identifying this underlying problem? Vishnu will understand, we are again discussing it. We're discussing it again, right? So yes, there can be an issue of lack of data, that you do not have sufficient data. If you remember, when we're talking of multidimensional poverty index, I was saying that there can be other factors as well, which can be included in multidimensional poverty index. But why we did not take up those factors? Because we do not have data available for the same. Now this data, the authenticity of the data can be questioned. Right, you find at times multiple sources of the government itself, they will indicate towards different process or different data. So one would say this and the other one would say that. So there can be inconsistency in data when it comes to various organizations. So yes, great. So to take this data, at times sample surveys are used. Now these sample surveys do not always are accurate, right? They would not be accurate because they are just taking a sample size, or they are just taking a small sample out of the population, and then they are looking at various aspects and coming up with data, like your National Family and Health Survey. So if you remember, the census 2011 data and NFHS data at the same time, in the same time period, there were a lot of gaps which can be questioned. So the methodology used to gather this data can be questioned. Great. Now then the later stage is the interpretation of this data. At times you find that for their political gains, your political parties, or it is not just limited to political party, because right now this process is happening in the back end. So a lot of your policy makers are onto it, but there can be subjectivity when it comes to the interpretation of this data. They might be biased towards the government, or they might be biased against the government, and basis that they can interpret the same data in a different manner. Okay, so these can be a few issues related to identifying the underlying problem, because this is happening on the basis of data, and there can be issues with the data. Now, with the interpretation, they might think that, for example, we were saying, if you remember, we were saying that privatization is leading to a problem of affordability, right? Privatization in any sector is leading to a few problems, and particularly that of affordability and profit orientation. But at the same time, we find a push towards privatization in our policies, right? We can find we always find problems related to privatization, but at the same time there is a push towards privatization in our policy, which is being criticized. Again, we do not have to be overtly critical of every aspect. Ultimately, we have to understand that the policy alternatives that have been taken have already been analyzed, have been evaluated properly, and hence they have reached this decision. So remember that you do not have to be overtly critical of any kind of policy. Okay, so when it comes to data, there can be lack of availability of data. There can be a problem related to authenticity of the data. The methodology that they use to gather the data can be problematic. And ultimately, when they have to interpret the data to identify the underlying problems, can also be a problem. Great. Now, if you are determining the objectives based on this problematic data, would you be able to determine the right objective? So one problem with objective is, if the previous step has not been taken up properly, the objectives will be different, will have a gap related to the actual problems. So we can reach, or we can say determine wrong objectives, right? So the objectives might have a gap when it comes to the actual problems. So the gap between problems and objectives. Now, what can be, apart from this, what can be other problems related to determining the objective? So yes, either these objectives can be, if you remember from our discussion, these objectives can be impractical at times. These objectives can be very short-sighted. They might not look at the, say, a longer term perspective, right? So these objectives can be a result of this short-sighted approach of our policymakers. Then also at the same time, in the due process of implementation and in the due process of the policy making and implementation, you might lose sight of these objectives at a later stage. The policymakers and the implementers might lose the sight of these objectives at a later stage. Also, great. Now we are saying that once the policy is finalized, it is finalized. You do not make any changes. But whether due consideration has been given to the changing needs of your stakeholders or not can be questioned, because things will change with time. And if you do not change, if you do not incorporate those changes in your policy framework, then your policy will be static. Great. Okay, so right now we are not coming to financial constraints, because it is part of implementation. In designing the policy, you might not face any kind of financial constraints. Gap in implementation at the implementation stage. So yes, there. Anushka, your point of more number of objectives will be covered with evaluation. then yes, when it comes to the group of your policy makers, when it comes to the group which is deliberating these policies, which is deliberating the objectives, they might not reach a consensus. Then the objectives can be overtly politicized. They can be directly in lines with the understanding of the political party in power. So there can be a lot of subjectivity when it comes to identifying the problems and identifying the objective as well. Okay, now let's move to the next part. I hope this is understood. I hope this is understood. Let's move to the next part. Yes, it can be biased. There can be a lack of clarity on the statement of objective. Okay, Harshita, just do one thing, because we have already discussed this aspect twice. That is of how to, say, identify the underlying problems and determine objective. During revision, just go through the content that has been provided and you'll be able to understand. Do not worry, during evaluation I'm going to come back to all these steps again, and I hope your answers, your questions will be answered there. Okay, now what we have to do is we have decided, we have identified the problems that we have in that particular sector. Now what we are doing is we have also decided that these are the objectives that we have to reach. Now we move to the next part, how to reach these objectives. Determining policy alternatives is basically the question of how to reach these objectives. There can be multiple ways. So the objective says, let's increase the gross enrollment ratio. Now the gross enrollment ratio can be reached by opening up schools in remote areas. The gross enrollment ratio can be increased by, say, providing bicycles to girls. It can be reached by putting a, banning child labor. The children are not supposed to work. So it can be reached in various ways. Now, there can be various ways to reach the same objective. Now, what they have to think about is they have to think about this on a policy level. So we were saying that our education is suffering from issues related to quality. So we can improve the quality by improving the quality of infrastructure. We can improve the quality of education by improving the quality of our teachers. We can improve the quality of education by changing our curriculum, redesigning our curriculum. So there can be various policy alternatives. Now you have to determine which alternative to take. Here also there can be issues related to data. How? Now once you start determining these alternatives, you have to look at what has happened in the past. You need precedents from the past, from the previous policy. If there were problems in the previous policy, or if the previous policy was not analyzed, was not evaluated properly, you might think that this policy alternative, if we take, will be in the right direction. So they might have gone for increased public spending in education in the previous policy, and it was not evaluated properly. And it would give you an idea that, okay, this was something that worked well. Let's take up this policy alternative. Similarly, in determining policy alternatives, in determining and evaluating, to take these together, in determining and evaluating these policy alternatives, there can be a lot of subjectivity on the basis of your political ideology, on the basis of social section that you are coming from. Now, you just think of these policy, determining and evaluating these policy alternatives together. Now, what you have to do in evaluation is, first is you have to look at the past. You have to find that, okay, we took this policy alternative in the previous policy. How did it go? So you have to look whether it was effective or not. You have to look into the efficiency part. That is, you have to take a basic cost benefit analysis. So we invested 100 rupees in this, but the return was only 90 rupees. Or we invested 100 rupees in this, but the return was 1000. So you have to take up the cost benefit analysis as well. Now, this can also be laden with problems related to subjectivity of your policymakers. It can be laden with problems related to gap in data. So at every stage, one similar problem is going to be data. That your data might not be proper. Your data might have gaps. Your data might not be authentic. Now, moving ahead to the next step, which is of selecting the final policy. So we have determined various alternatives, that these are the alternatives that we can take. We start evaluating those alternatives. We start looking into the effectiveness in the past. Then we think of the cost benefit analysis. We think of the efficiency of those alternatives. Then also we try to incorporate various projections, that if we take up this policy alternative, in the future our population is going to grow at this rate, and thinking of opening schools in all the regions might not be feasible. So you take up the projections, you use various methods, you use various data analysis methods to look at the projections in the future, that how the situation is going to be. Now, on the basis of all these aspects, you will decide that this is the policy that we are going to take up. That this is the way in which we will reach those objectives. This is the best way. So you have done the cost benefit analysis, you have looked into the effectiveness, you have also incorporated the changes that are going to be there in the future. So you already have the projected data as well, on the basis of which you have selected the policy. Now again, at the policy selection level, you'll find there can be subjectivity, there can be the ideological bias of your policymakers can reflect at the policy selection level. So the way we were talking about privatization, the way we see, we are saying that, okay, let's restructure the curriculum, let's restructure our NCRTs, let's redesign our curriculum, let's change our books. And you find that once now that it is being implemented, you find that there are problems, and every now and then you find in the news that this part of the history has been removed, and something which is not very significant has been added. So removal of various personalities from your history. What is that? It reflects the ideological bias of the political party in power. It reflects the ideological bias of your policy makers. So at the policy selection level as well, there can be problems. Now, what they do is, it should be mentioned here that they have to take up all the complex calculations, etc. They have to compare all the policy alternatives, then think of the best alternative and take that up. Now, at this stage, what happens is, they, because once the draft is out, they will invite comments in the parliament, they'll invite comments from the public, they'll invite comments from the experts, then everything will be discussed in detail in your parliament, and then ultimately final policy will be selected, right? This is the basic political process that these policies go through. Now, once it is done, they will start implementing these policies. So till this level, this was the level where your design part ends. Policy design ends here. Now the policy has been decided and there's no way we are going to change it. Now whatever changes we want to make will be made at the level of implementation. That's what it is. This is the basic framework that we are going to follow. These are the basic steps that we are going to take up. Now let's come to the implementation part. Now in implementation, what they have to do is they have to come up with various programs. The way we have discussed various measures taken in the field of healthcare. What are those various programs of the government? Indradhanush. Similarly, you have various other programs like health and wellness centers. Then you have other programs meant for children, other programs meant for elderly. programs meant for betterment of healthcare of transgenders, etc. So they will decide on various programs through which the policy has to be implemented. Now it is done in a phase-wise manner, so implementation is the longest part. Yes, deliberation also takes time. Creating that policy framework also takes time. It takes years altogether. But implementation will be, because they will decide various objectives. That, okay, we will reach this objective of achieving gross enrollment ratio, of achieving 100% GER by 2025 or by 2030. So they will decide in a time-bound manner. Now they start implementing it. So if they have to implement various programs, there are a few basic requisites. One basic thing is your finances. To take up any kind of program, to provide vaccination to children, you need money. The government needs money to get those vaccines, to run various awareness campaigns, to send doctors, to send healthcare professionals to various regions. So for everything, you will need money. So first primary requirement is your financial resources. Along with financial resources, you need human resources as well. You need people who will help the government implement these programs. Now, when you think of adequate personnel, or you think of adequate human resources, you also include your civil society here, because it is not just your government administration which will take care of your of implementation of these programs. They will also take help of your civil society organizations, apart from your government administration or your various civil servants. So the basic requisite is your financial resources and these personnel. Apart from that, having, say, just having human resources, is it going to help? The answer is no. These human resources have to be skilled. These human resources have to be trained so that they implement those programs better. Right? At every stage, we were saying that there are problems related to human care and human resources and health. There are problems related to human resources when it comes to education, human resources in skill development. So these human resources have to be trained. These human resources have to be skilled. Apart from that, you need various basic infrastructure as well. So say, to take up your various awareness drives or to push various awareness drives across the country, you'll need basic digital infrastructure. Now this infrastructure has to be available on the end of the government and also at the end of the citizens, because ultimately they are the stakeholders. They are the ones around whom the policy is centered. It is for their benefit. Now the government has to take up the responsibility of creating infrastructure on both sides, of making sure that the basic minimum infrastructure to provide these services is available. So if they have to take up a vaccination drive in a community, in a rural area, at least they'll need a PHC, CHC, or say your health and wellness center there, where they can conduct those operations or where they can provide those services. Then also you find that support from various arms of the government is also important, because any arm of the government can become a problem. They might not, in the parliament, your legislators might not might not let the ones who are implementing, might not let them work. They might say that there are problems related to corruption, that there are problems related to the design of the policy. Let's revisit the policy, which does not happen, but ultimately it becomes an obstruction because they can take a stay from the court. So your court, with lack of judicial, say, overreach, they also have to become supportive. Similarly, ultimately your administrators, your civil servants are going to implement this policy on the ground. If they are not supported by your political executive, if they are not supported by the ministers in charge, they would not be able to implement those policies. So one idea is adequate availability of human resources and financial resources. These human resources have to be skilled. Then also your various arms of the government have to be supportive. CSO is civil society organizations. So think of the role of your NGOs. in implementing various government programs and policies. Okay, so these are the basic requisites of policy implementation. Now just think of problems which can happen when it comes to policy implementation. So what you have to do is basically you think of your problems in terms of these basic minimum requirements first. So there can be lack of availability of financial resources. The governments, the central government might not release the funds in time to the state governments or to the local governments. These local governments might not utilize those funds properly. Those funds can remain unutilized for that matter. There can be lack of adequate funds. So all those problems related to basic financial resources can be thought of. Then you come to human resources. There can be a lack of availability of these human resources. Then these human resources might not be skilled. These human resources might be corrupt. These human resources might not be willing to help people. These human resources might not be working efficiently. These human resources might get transferred frequently, right? So there can be various issues related to these human resources. Similarly, at the level of support from the various arms of the government, it can also become a problem because of judicial overreach, because of lack of support from your ministers. So what you have to do is, when you think of the problems related to policy implementation, think of all these dimensions, think of all the basic requisites, and then you start highlighting various problems in this process. So one idea is your basic minimum requirement. Apart from this basic minimum requirement, you have to think of the people for whom this policy has been brought in the first place. You have to think of the stakeholders. So one idea is your basic minimum requirement for implementation of these policies. Another idea is, what about the stakeholders? Because the people might not be supportive. The people might not participate at all. The people might resist at times. So remember your COVID vaccination drive. A lot of people in your rural areas were resisting. Similarly, if you want to, say, run awareness campaigns, or if you want to run any kind of programs, ultimately cooperation from your stakeholders, cooperation from your people is required. Your public participation is required to maintain transparency when it comes to various facets of the program. Your public participation is required to hold your administrators, your policy implementers accountable. Your public participation is required for the ultimate success of the implementation of various programs and policies. So just think of the problems related to state or lack of communication, improper communication between the government or between the ones who are implementing the policy and the stakeholders. Great. There can be backlash to this implementation by people. Great. So all these points have been mentioned here, but when you think about this, just first think of your basic minimum requirements, and then you think of your stakeholders, and you will reach your answer. Then yes, there can be, so Mohammed has highlighted a very important point. There can be other factors as well. So which, to be honest, which ideally would have been missed if not highlighted by Mohammed. So there can be other factors. What kind of factors? There can be natural disasters. Because of which the programs might not get implemented, in which no one can help. The stakeholders are ready for the services to be provided. Your government servants or your civil servants are ready to provide these services with all the honesty. But what if there is a natural disaster? What if there is a COVID because of which a lot of students drop out of schools, because of which a lot of parents are not able to afford the fee and the enrollment ratio goes down? So there can be other factors. Great. Okay, so the trust deficit between the government and the public, yes. These policies not being implemented in time, the factor of as a factor of say success, implementation of these programs and policies should happen in time. If they are not implemented in time, if the targets are not achieved while implementing these policies, they would not have the desired outcome. Great. Political instability can be a problem. If the governments change, they might discontinue that policy and frame a newer one, frame a new one. Then in implementation of the policy, there can be limitations because of the geographical factors, because of various geographical factors, that in difficult terrains you might not be able, the government might not be able to reach. So it can be a matter of reach of these programs and policy. How about various social changes that happen? That people might have, the targeted population might have migrated from that area in search of jobs elsewhere. Great. So yes, the budget can be cut off, etc. So just do one thing while revising. Just take all the time that you can and think of structuring your issues related to implementation properly. Why? Because questions have been asked in the past and questions will be asked. Now, just think of applying this understanding. Just think of applying this understanding to any of the policy. Now, national education policy, we cannot. Why? Because it is fairly new. They have just started with the implementation process. But you can now think of your national health policy, because a few programs have been undergoing implementation. So think of your health and wellness centers. Think of the problems related to nutrition. So when it comes to the implementation, you would need data. You would need various reports to highlight those issues. So the way you find that nutrition is an important component under your national health policy as one of the most important determinants of health. But when it comes to nutrition, we find that yes, we might not have exact data as to what is the problem with implementing this nutrition policy or implementing the nutrition program under the national health policy, but you will definitely have some or the other report, maybe of the government or of some other organization, that highlights the problem related to nutrition in our country. So think of your NFHS data, which says that there is widespread malnutrition in children. Think of your global hunger index, which indicates towards malnutrition. So what you have to do is, when you try to write these answers, just think of the basic structure, that what can be the problems, what can be the possible problems because of which it is happening. They are generally highlighted in your news, and use those facts, use those say statistics to actually back your answer, to give your answer say authenticity, right? Yes, you can definitely use it ultimately comes down to the demand of the question, Anushka. It comes down to the demand of the question. You have to look at the demand of the question and approach accordingly. So we have that was the reason we have discussed multiple questions, so that you understand the demand, so that you understand what all dimensions that the question has, right? Which will help you. So Suma is saying that there can be some loopholes in the policy, that that a few people who are coming from say better economic background, they are also getting houses under the PM Awas Yojana. Similarly, you can think of various other problems, that the poor who have been provided those houses are not ready to live there, because at times they are rehabilitated far away from actually their actual place of work. So they might have fields here in one part of the city, and they might get rehabilitated elsewhere, because of which they would tend to live around their work area, and they would rent out those places. They might again create a slum establishment there, start living in those. So the targeted population might not understand the objectives, might not understand the need of those steps, might not understand the intent of the government, and work in different direction. So great. So just tell me one thing, that by this time, because we are going to take up the next step, etc., by this time you would have understood, if there is a question on any policy, you have various, say, basic factors on the basis of which you can evaluate a policy. Then by now you would have understood, although all the information that is there in your current affairs, you do not have to just cram it factually. You have to use it conceptually. You have to integrate it with your static part, so that you write your answers better, so that you enrich your answers with examples from current affairs, which ultimately fetch you better marks, right? So in this regard, I would want you to try to write the questions that have been given in the past, which talk about implementation of policy. Now, when it comes to implementation of policy, I had given you an overarching question talking about the implementation of the health policy. Now, the chances of a question like that being asked in the examination are low. Why? Because you have to cover a lot of aspects. Under your health policy, you have multiple programs, and you cannot possibly think of all the issues related to implementation of those programs, and it would not, your 250 words or even 500 words would not be sufficient to answer a question like that. That question has been given so that now you go back to that question after we're done with this introduction, with this discussion. You go back to that question, you think of your various measures and programs under your national health policy, you try to list those programs, and then you try to think of what all problems related to those programs have been highlighted in your current affairs, which is a long exercise, right? Which is a time-consuming exercise. Then also, whatever framework I have provided, you will find that all the problems that you highlight will be contained within this framework of various stages of the policy. And that is what the idea about this discussing this policy framework was. Because if we go through just vulnerable sections, you'll just look at their issues, look at various government initiatives, and that is it. But the kind of questions that now they are asking, the way they are integrating various topics from paper 1, 2, 3, you'll need more understanding than merely remembering all those schemes, programs, and policies for the vulnerable sections. But yes, you do have to go through those schemes and policies, programs that are there in your news, but you do not have to simply sit and cram the list of those aspects. Just think of various challenges that your, say, women are facing. What are those various challenges? Now think of various programs in that regard. That's how you have to approach it. Even though for a certain section, for a couple of sections, I've provided you a list of policies. You'll find the links. I'll share the link. Need not worry about it. But you do not have to just sit and cram it, right? Just develop conceptual framework around it. Develop conceptual framework around it so that you can use it smartly. You can use it in a better manner to write your answers. So I hope, just give a quick thumbs up. Just please let me know if you are able to understand the various aspects of policy design and implementation, and you would be able to answer questions if at all any question is asked in the examination. Great. Okay. Now, apart from that, I just given you a few conditions for success of policy implementation, because a similar question in this regard has been asked. So you can just take the basic direction from here, right? So just go through this write-up. It'll be simply no point me going through it and reading it one by one. Just go through this framework. These are basic few conditions for successful implementation of a policy. What will be that? So you need to have all those basic requirements in place. Then you have to think of your stakeholders. Then you have to think of various, because the programs that are there under the policy, the programs that have to be implemented have to be designed as well. So you have designed the policy, but now these programs have to be designed as well. Within this program, you need those short-term goals. Within this program, you need to know who is going to work on what. So you have to define the roles and responsibility of the people who are going to work in these programs. The objectives, the directives of those programs have to be clear. People, all the stakeholders who are going to implement this program have to be trained. So all these basic aspects have been mentioned here. Just go through it. It is fairly easy to understand. And let's save our time and discuss the next part of your policy implementation, which is policy monitoring. Now, think of policy monitoring as government evaluating its own programs, government evaluating the implementation of its programs. So they are implementing these programs to achieve XYZ objectives under ABC policy. Now they have to continuously monitor these programs to find out whether the implementation has been going in the right direction. With this implementation, are we able to reach those objectives or not? Is there any gap when it comes to implementation? Are the people who are working in these programs, are the civil servants not equipped well? Are there any kind of bottlenecks when it comes to implementation of these programs? So this policy monitoring is essentially a subset of the implementation process, that you keep looking at various facets of your implementation part throughout the implementation process. Now just think about what can be the problems related to policy monitoring. What can be the problems related to policy monitoring? That we are basically looking at the quality or the effectiveness of implementation of these programs. Okay, so Shweta has highlighted that it can be a problem with the biasness, because ultimately, if the same department of the government, the same ministry of the government who came out with the policy, who is implementing the program, goes on evaluating or goes on monitoring that program, what would they do? Do you think, see, all of you sitting here, would you think, if I say that, okay, evaluate your own answers, if UPSC says that just evaluate your own answers, after the mains examination is over, just evaluate your own answers and give yourself a score, that how many marks out of 15 do you think your answer attracts? And that will be your final score, right? So yes, everyone is going to top the examination, right? And at times, and Niranjan is suggesting that he would give extra marks for good handwriting. So maybe you might get 17 out of 15. Why? Because you are doing it yourself. So if the same ministry, same departments of the government are taking up this monitoring, would it be fair? Not really. So if you look at the reports that they come out with, that the government comes out with, related to the implementation of various programs, it all shows a rosy picture. So only in the states which are actually being ruled by the opposition parties, or which are not ruled by the ruling party in the center, they'll try to identify problems related to implementation of various programs and policy in only those states. And all the other states, irrespective of what is happening, they'll be kept on the top. They'll portray that everything is going perfectly well, right? So that is what the problem is. Similarly, at times, because of resource crunch, at times because of laggard attitude of your implementers, of your policymakers, they would skip this step. They would not monitor the policy itself. They would not include it as part of policy implementation. So what can be the suggestion? What can be the solution? That let's have independent body to monitor the implementation of various programs and policies. I think that's what you are trying to suggest, Sahil. Then also, if you think of monitoring the implementation of these programs, there can be biasness on the part of your various departments and ministry. There can be, they can skip this step altogether. Solution can be, let there be an independent evaluator, right? Because they might be misusing those resources and they would say, no, we have not been involved in any kind of corrupt practices. Everything is going well. They might try to shut these stakeholders down. They would say that if you need these benefits in the future, even if a survey is conducted, they would say, your local administrators would say, if you need these benefits in the future, please paint a rosy picture. Please try to say, glorify the idea, right? Take the names of the supreme leaders whenever there is a survey or whenever there is a press conference, right? So these can be issues related to monitoring the implementation of these policies. Now, the next step in this process is, so we have highlighted these issues here. You can just go through it. They'll talk about issues related to poor design, that in the design of these programs, they have not included monitoring itself. At times, they can bypass the monitoring process. Third, the monitoring process itself can be biased. Fourth, your human resources might not have the skills to take up this evaluation or monitoring process. So all these aspects have been mentioned there. Now the next part is your policy outcome. So these policy outcomes are different from objectives. You might reach the objective, but you still might be away from the outcomes. So you might reach the objective of, say, providing access to everyone in the country, providing access to everyone to quality healthcare. But that might not lead to an enhanced well-being of all the people. So you can definitely reach the objectives, but you might not reach the outcomes. You might not get those outcomes, which can be a problem. So just remember that these are different from outputs. All your outputs are there in form of various programs that are being implemented. So your output, if you, let's just, to clear it again, let's go back to the initial part. We were saying that your output and process are basically mixed. So we were saying that to reach the objective of universal health coverage, we have to invest more. We have to invest more in public healthcare. If we invest more in public healthcare, we can open up more number of wellness centers. That is basically the output. That is the part of implementation of those programs. But the outcome has to be better quality of life. So with opening up of more wellness centers, it might not ultimately reach to better quality of life. So now the idea is, rather than evaluating your policy on the basis of your output, evaluate it on the basis of your outcomes, whether the desired outcomes were reached or not. Because you can very well reach the objectives, but still stay away from the outcomes, right? And you always find divergence when it comes to outputs and outcomes. You always find divergence when it comes to outputs and outcomes. So your policy has to be evaluated. The first step in evaluation is to understand, we have to look at the policy outcomes rather than the basic outputs. Yes, all the problems related to outputs and the process have been highlighted in policy monitoring. Now it is time to look at the policy outcomes and evaluate these policy outcomes. So when you start evaluating these policy outcomes, you would have to go through each and every step again. So if you evaluate the policy, you start evaluating it right from the design to your outcome. This policy evaluation completes the loop of feedback mechanism. If you remember, in good governance, we were saying, if the government is providing services to the people, how can government improve? With their own feedback, internal feedback, and the feedback from people. So in this evaluation, we have to understand that the basic idea is, you start evaluating your policy right from the design level, right from determining the objectives, all the way till your policy outcome. That's how you evaluate the policy. So policy outcome is different from your policy output. So think of your national education policy. National education policy has objective, is thinking of in terms of output. If you think, it says that let's increase gross enrollment ratio. Let's let every children in a country get enrolled in our education system. But just think about this, Sundaresh. Just think about this. If every student in the country enrolls in our schooling system, in our education system, would it necessarily mean that everyone will learn something out of this education system or not? What do you think? Whether everyone will learn or everyone will have better learning outcomes or not? Yes, the answer is no. So the outcome is different. Outcome is basically the impact on outcome is basically to be looked at as an impact on the stakeholders. The stakeholders here in this case being children, whether it has worked for their betterment or not. So outcome, when you think of outcome, look at the stakeholder, what has happened to their life, whether we made their life better or not. That is what outcome is. Output is looking at various initiatives of the government. Output is looking at the objectives that the government has kept for itself, that these objectives have to be reached. That is the basic difference between output and outcome. Okay, great. So with this idea, just think about evaluation. Just think about evaluation. What all steps can be taken to evaluate the policy? Just think of all these steps right from the beginning. Then think of what all challenges can be faced in evaluation, and just think of the significance of policy evaluation for the next policy to be decided in the future, to be deliberated upon in the future. Okay, just think about this. Think about this. Let's take a break. And after the break, we will conclude this discussion on policy evaluation. We'll also look at a couple of questions related to this. Then we'll quickly move on to our vulnerable section. We will take up transgenders for sure. Other sections have been discussed, but let's take up transgenders. And we'll also again look at more number of questions for better understanding. Okay, so let's take a break and meet again at 7:18. By that time, you just take your break, have your coffee, tea, water, and think about steps under evaluation, what has to be done under evaluation, what can be the problems, etc. Welcome back, everyone. So, we have discussed various steps in designing a policy, starting from determining the problems or from highlighting the problems, then thinking of various objectives, and then thinking and evaluating various alternatives of the policy, and ultimately selecting a policy. Now, once this policy is selected, we start implementing that policy. With implementation, we take up monitoring of the implementation part as well, and we have highlighted various issues related to all these steps. Now, we were saying that when it comes to evaluation of the policy, we have to look at all these steps. We have to look at all these steps, that what went wrong or what went right, because ultimately this policy evaluation is going to be the input for future policies. So this is also, even though it is taken up at the end, this is one of the most important part when it comes to policy design and implementation, that we have to evaluate the policy on the basis of whether the outcomes have been reached or not. Now, when you look at this part, when you think of evaluation, just think of evaluating all the aspects. So what are the problems at all these steps? Then this evaluation becomes the input for next policy. Now, in this evaluation, can you suggest various measures, or can you suggest what kind of in what way we have to proceed when it comes to evaluation? Now, one thing is that we are definitely going to need data. We will need data whether the desired outcomes have been reached or not. Now, this data has to come from somewhere. We can have problems related to that data. Then a lot of changes might have happened, a lot of social changes, demographic changes might have happened during the entire process of implementing that policy. Now, if we are giving inputs for the next step, if you are looking at the efficiency and effectiveness of this policy, using those metrics to give inputs to the upcoming policy, we have to incorporate those changes as well. So essentially, if you look at evaluation, it is basically going to be a feedback mechanism for the policy. So one is internal feedback and the other one is external feedback. External feedback relates to the feedback of the stakeholders, because ultimately it is the stakeholders from where you will get to know whether the outcomes of the policy have been achieved or not, whether there has been an improvement in standard of their living, whether all the health related aspects have been taken care of or not. Now, now what you have to do is, yes, so just think about the stakeholders, think about the internal feedback. So yes, we need unbiased evaluation. For that, we can have independent body for evaluation. Then you have to consider the feedback of the stakeholders. Great. Then you have to ensure that all the changes that have happened should be incorporated in the next policy. Then you have to ensure that all the mistakes that have happened during the implementation and designing of this policy should not be repeated in the future. So yes, review has to not just come from the say internal structure and the stakeholders. You also have to consider the feedback coming from your civil society organizations, coming from various other independent bodies, coming from NGOs, so that you get a clear picture of where things went wrong, and ultimately not repeating those same mistakes in the future. Great. Okay, so the way you are suggesting is right, because by now you have understood what are the problems, and all you have to do is just go through this write-up during revision, and that would suffice. That would be more than sufficient to tackle any kind of question that is being asked. So this was about your policy design and implementation. What are the various problems related to it? What are the various steps? And how you can fix those issues. And here you have a way forward wherein all the suggestions that you have given, all the other suggestions that we have discussed can be incorporated in one place, can be mentioned in one place. So the evaluation has to be independent. We have to take lessons from the past. Capacity building of the stakeholders and your administrators. We have to go with bottom to top approach. So the policy decisions should not flow from the top. We have to take in account the issues, the challenges, the problems faced by the stakeholders. You have to use flexible components in planning. This means taking care of the changes, incorporating the changes that are happening during the implementation process. Because as already highlighted, during the implementation, a lot of things might have got changed. Then consider the role of civil society. The civil society is also an effective mechanism of a feedback. For example, your ACER report coming from your civil society organization, that is your NGO, Pratham, they think they conduct surveys to look at the learning outcomes. They conduct surveys to look at the availability of basic infrastructure in schools. So consider their feedback as well. Now give more autonomy to the states in implementing these policies. Now, generally what happens is the policy designed at the central level, the central government would tell or would instruct various state governments how they have to go about it. And what generally happens is they implement all these programs uniformly across the country, uniformly in all the districts. And because of which you find that the local needs, the local challenges are not being taken into account. So those things should not happen. Now what I've done is we have included a question on this part. We've included a question on this part and I have kept the answer as well. We will discuss that. There you will understand. Bottom to top approaches, think of the stakeholders rather than formulating the policy. So for example, at times the governments are being criticized saying that you did not take the stakeholder opinion in account, that you passed the farm bills. Recently it was in news, if you remember, when you passed the farm bills, when you discussed all those policies, you did not conduct any kind of dialogue with the stakeholders. You did not conduct any kind of dialogue with the farmer bodies that are there, various farmer organizations, and you took that decision all by yourself. That is what top down. Then it has to be bottom top approach. That means the decision making or the initial part or the way it has to be implemented, various components of the policy, etc. For those things, there has to be a widespread discussion. Take opinions of the stakeholders in account. Take opinion from the civil society in account. Take opinion from the experts in account. And that's how you should go about framing policies. So these are various approaches that we have already discussed. And you can find all these in one place. Now think of this question. Till now, we were thinking of all these policy within a uniform framework. Now look at this question. This question says, highlight the challenges in implementing gender-sensitive policies in India. Highlight the challenges in implementing gender-sensitive policies in India. Till now, we were talking about implementation in a general sense. What can be the issues related to implementation? But now when it comes to looking at the challenges in implementation, when it comes to gender-sensitive policies, now you have to think in this direction. Similarly, they can ask about challenges when it comes to various other vulnerable sections. They can think of, they can ask challenges related to implementing policies meant for your socio-economically backward sections, meant for your elderly, meant for your transgenders. Now, when you say gender sensitive, it covers both. It covers your women and it also covers your transgenders or your third gender, right? So you have to think of challenges in this specific dimension. related to gender sensitive policies. Now, can you think of, leave the general issues related to implementation aside, just think of implementation issues when it comes to gender sensitive policies. Okay, so you're saying that there can be gender bias. Great. Now you find that you do not have, you can start this right from the representation in your policymakers. So your policymakers might have more number of male, say, male members compared to female members. So they would not be able to take their problems in account. There can be issue with the mindset, with the patriarchal mindset. These male members might not be ready to accept or might not be ready to implement this policy better. Right? Okay. What else? Now it is against these socially established practices, no matter how pathetic they are, they might not be accepted. Great. There can be various socio-cultural stigmas and superstitions. Yes. They might not take transgenders in account. Absolutely yes. They might not conduct, say, widespread discussions. Okay, now just look at this question. Just first think of the structure of this question. Introduction. I'll show you the body part. It is there. Introduction, body, and conclusion. This question has been incorporated here just to make you understand that they can ask a specific dimension as well. Okay. Okay, just think of the conclusion first. The conclusion is going to be simple. You come up with suggestions to these challenges that you are going to highlight in the body. Now think of various kinds of introduction that we can give to this question. So yes, there can be problems related to design. There can be problems related to design of the policies. Okay, great. This can be done. Can we use stats and facts to introduce? Can we use various stats and facts? We can use various facts wherein we find problems related to gender sensitive policies, right? That even though we have various gender sensitive policies in place, the condition of the women is not improving. They are still lagging behind when it comes to, yes, gender inequality report can be cited. Great. Let's not talk about how the society discriminates against so your women and transgenders, because this is primarily focused on policies. So one way to incorporate your idea is just think of what other challenges, apart from the challenges related to policy level, what can be other challenges in implementing these gender sensitive policies. Challenges coming from your society, challenges arising out of, say, economic inequality, mindset of society. Then you can also, someone is suggested, Karthik has suggested, you can also highlight the significance of gender sensitive policies, in which you can basically, which goes well with your facts, that you can highlight that the situation or the condition of this particular section is not good, and hence we need these gender sensitive policies. Okay, then you come to the body part. So there can be multiple suggestions for, there can be multiple ways to introduce this answer. Then you come to the body part. Now in your body part, you think of resistance of men at the administrative level in implementing these policies which are in favor of women. Then you think of representation of women in these administrators. Then there can be basic other issues related to implementation. So there are a few specific ones. There are few specific ones related to the gender, that the women might not have adequate representation. Then the male members in that group might not take care of issues related to women. There can be a gender bias to that extent. Then you can just think of all the general issues related to implementation. Now remember this, when it comes to a question like this, first you have to highlight the specific part. First you have to highlight issues related to gender specific policies. Then you have to come to the general arguments or general issues related to implementation. So the first part has to be the issues related to gender sensitive policies, implementing those policies, issues of gender bias, patriarchal mindset, etc. Then you have to come to the basic or the general arguments when it comes to implementation of policies. No, you do not have to take up dual responsibility, because that is an issue related to women. Just look at the question. It talks about highlight the challenges in implementing gender sensitive policies. The way you can highlight this problem is that women, and transgenders, they are socioeconomically backward. They are not being treated equally, because of which they have low awareness levels, because of which they have low access, or their access to various resources gets compromised, and because of which they are not able to benefit themselves out of these policies. Okay, so Rashmi is saying, should we highlight positive and negative factors? Here they have asked you specifically about the challenges. What you can do is, apart from a few suggestions to the challenge, you can think of a few or give examples of successful gender sensitive policies. Examples of successful gender sensitive policies in your conclusion part. So we do not have to touch the body part when it comes to the, we have to just mention the challenges. So in challenges, first priority is given to gender related aspects. Then you think of the general issues with respect to implementation, that there might be inadequate human and financial resources, right? So all the general arguments that we have discussed can be mentioned later. Okay, so yes, you can definitely highlight Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and if you remember, even in your multidimensional poverty index, you can give quote from there that Ujjwala Yojana was there, which is also a gender sensitive policy, and see how well we have fared, how well that policy has worked, right? How well that program has worked. So yes, you have to definitely, Rashmi, you have to definitely think of suggestions to the problems. What if you remember only, say, failure of a policy? So that can become a part of your introduction. That policy is basically a fact related to the question. It can be used as a fact, or it can be used as a part of introduction. That you look at this policy, this is something which became a failure, and then you are going to highlight the various issues or the challenges in the body part. So please tell me quickly whether this question is clear or not. Please try to practice this question. Please try to write this question. Similarly, if a question is asked, highlight the challenges in implementing policies related to your, policies related to elderly. Highlight challenges in implementing policies related to elderly. So what would you do? You will first mention specific issues related to elderly, and then you have to take up the general issues related to implementation. Okay, great. So also on that note, as a part of your suggestion, you can think of gender-based policy analysis. So we are saying, look at the data to analyze the policy, look at the past policies, project for future, forecast for future. Similarly, you can think of policy analysis in the light of gender. So this can become a part of your suggestion. Now you don't have to write the entire thing as suggestion. It is for your understanding. Just think that it can be one of the suggestion. That why not think of gender based approach when it comes to evaluating or when it comes to looking at your policies. In body, you only have to write the challenges related to gender sensitive policies and particularly the implementation part. So yes, you can briefly highlight there can be issues related to design, because this gender bias that you're talking about at the implementation stage, this gender bias can work also at the design level. So yes, you can highlight it briefly. That's why we have these multiple ways of writing writing the introduction. The body part remains the same, wherein you highlight these challenges. In the body part, you first highlight the gender related aspects, and then you move on to the general problems, challenges related to implementation. Yes, you can see, Shruti, basically you are writing a general answer when it comes to gender sensitive policy. So they have not mentioned whether central or state. So if you have examples coming from a state policy, you can definitely mention those. So if you have examples coming from state policy, you can definitely mention those. It would not be a problem. So this can be included as a part of your suggestion. Okay, just go through this write-up and you'll understand. Now let's look at one of the vulnerable section, that is transgenders, because this is something that is usually not understood well by the students. All the other sections are either covered with your paper 1 or paper 2, but this is something that generally gets neglected. So now if you think of transgender people, these transgender people are individuals of any age or sex, can be of any sex, whose appearance, personal characteristics and behaviors differ from stereotypes as to how men and women are supposed to be. So if you remember, when highlighting the differences between sex and gender, we were saying that people who have their biological sex as male, they are supposed to behave in a particular manner. They are supposed to get attracted towards women. They are supposed to be, say, strong. They're supposed to behave in so and so manner. They're supposed to be leaders in the future. They're supposed to lead their families. They're supposed to take care of the economic responsibilities of the family. But what if a person there is a person whose biological sex is male, but who do not want to identify themselves with that particular sex? They behave in a different manner. They dress up like a girl. So if you look at transgenders, the first thing that you have to understand is it can be on the basis of identity. Also, it can be basis of their orientation. Now, both of these are aspects related to gender. What do they mean? There can be a person who's male, or there can be a person who's female, and they identify themselves as male. They behave in a manner, or they identify themselves as man. They behave in a manner which society thinks generally the male members of the society are supposed to take. So they dress up like male members of the society. They speak. So, for example, when you speak in Hindi or English or any of your regional language, you'll find that we have specific indicators. So he, she, right? So the way you speak, the way you identify yourself matters. Transgenders are those people who can belong to any age or sex, who identify themselves differently, who identify themselves whose self-identity is not related to their biological gender, biological sex. That is one idea. Another idea is that one of the expectation, one of the the idea that the society has is If you are male, you should be attracted to female. If you are female, you should be attracted to male. That is what the idea of orientation, the idea of whom are you attracted to, whom do you like. So the basic thing is that any identity, any gender identity that the society deems fit, you are behaving in a different manner. Now there can be various forms of transgenders. Also, when we think of transgenders in India, we generally limit our understanding to your hijras, right? To your intersex, the ones you generally find on your red lights, the ones you generally find dancing to make a living, the ones you generally find involved in prostitution, etc. Right? So we do not have to limit our understanding till there. It can be anyone who identifies themselves differently. It can be anyone whose orientation is different. Then also it can happen on the basis of sex as well. So there can be people, or generally the understanding of intersex, is uh, is the ones who have mixed characteristics or mixed features coming from both the sexes. So they can have a male sex organ and a female sex organ at the same time. That is what the understanding is. But the idea of transgenders is not just limited to intersex. And let's see what all which all people or are covered under this definition of transgenders. Which all people are covered under this definition of transgenders. So the first one, on the basis of orientation: lesbian, a woman who is primarily attracted to women, a girl who is primarily attracted to women, because ideally the society expects them to get attracted to men, but she is getting attracted to women, so behaving in a different manner as the society supposes you to be. Those are lesbians. Similarly, there can be gay, a man who is primarily attracted to other men. A man who is primarily attracted to other men. What is that? Gay. Also covered under this definition of transgenders. Why? Because they are behaving differently. They're supposed to behave in a different manner, but they are behaving differently. Then you think of bisexuals. Bisexuals are the ones, so it can be a man who is attracted to both men and women. It can be a woman who's attracted to both men and women, bisexuals. Then you have transgenders. Transgenders is the all-encompassing definition wherein a person whose gender identity differs from their assigned sex at birth. So biologically they are male, but they identify themselves as women. Biologically they can be female, but they identify themselves as men. That is what the idea of transgender is. Then there can be transsexuals. Now these people who are transgenders, so a man who identifies himself as a girl. Now if they take a step further and they say, yes, I identify as a girl and I would not want my genitals to be related to men. What if they want to go for a sex change? Those people will be considered transsexuals. Why? Because they undergo any kind of surgery to change their biological sex. Those are who? Transsexuals. Because a transgender need not be a transsexual, but any transsexual will definitely be a transgender. Why? Because they identify themselves differently. And if they take a step further and they decide that, okay, I would want to change my sex, those are transsexuals. Then queer is the term which covers all the various identities here. All this LGBTQ plus that you say, that you find in news, all of them are covered under this idea of, under this definition of queer. Then there can be people who are questioning. They are not aware. They are not confirmed, or they are still discovering their sexual orientation. They are still discovering their gender identity, that they do not know right now whether they want to identify as a male, or whether they want to identify as a man or a woman. They are still questioning. They do not have an idea. They're still questioning their idea of orientation, whether they are attracted to men or women. Who are those? Questioning. Then comes your intersex. Intersex is generally your hijras that you see in India and particularly entire South Asia. Those are the ones who have sexual characteristics of both male and females. So they can have multiple sexual organs. They can have organs, or they can have, it is not just on the organ level, but it is also on the chromosomal level, on the genetic level. They can have traits of both male and female. Then you have allies. Ally is someone who is not queer, who is not covered under this definition, but they want to help, and they help transgenders and queer community with their rights, with helping them with enforcing their rights or protecting their rights. Those are who? Ally. Then you can have asexual people, people coming from any sex, any gender, any age, who are not attracted towards anyone. So it is again a matter of orientation. They're not attracted either towards male, either or towards female. Then there can be pansexual people. Now pansexuals would be someone who are attracted to all these categories of queer people. Pansexuals are someone who are attracted to this entire definition of, or to the entire array of LGBTQ plus. Okay, so please tell me if you understood this. Okay, so see, transgenders are someone who identify themselves differently. I say that I am, say, biologically male, but I identify myself as women or woman. It will be transgender. Then there can be people who have physical characteristics, who have genetic characteristics of both male and female. So they can have the male sex organ and, say, female breasts at the same time, because that is what we generally understand as hijras, intersex. But intersex also covers your transgenders. Your hijras also cover transgenders, the people who do not want to identify according to their biological sex. Okay, so queer is basically denotes the entire community. So queer will have lesbians, gays, transgenders, transsexuals, everyone. This is the all umbrella term used for this community. Allies are the ones. Yes, so allies are the ones who are not covered under this definition of queer, but they want to help this community. They want to help the queer community enforce their rights, who fight for their rights, who help them with their protection. Then can we say lesbian and gays are part of transgender? Yes, because in transgenders we are saying one idea is identity. Go back to the definition. One idea is identity, and the other idea is also sexual orientation. So your gays and lesbians who have different sexual orientation are covered under this definition. So Dheeraj is asking, can they give birth to babies? Now, just remember this, that all these people within this LGBTQ plus community, you'll find they'll have different problems and different issues. Now, if you think of an intersex, can they give birth? No, because it is not biologically possible. But can you think of someone who is a lesbian? Can they give birth? They definitely can. Bisexuals, yes, they can. Now, obviously, if you think of a gay person, they would not be able to give birth. Why? Because they are primarily male. If you think of transgender or a particularly a transgender woman, can she give birth? If yes, it is biologically possible. So they can. So yes, you just go through this. No, Ally is not a type of NGO. Ally is, it can be you. If you believe in the rights, if you believe in the protection of the rights, you can be an ally. If you help them with their rights, you can be an ally. How can lesbian give births? There are they can go to an institutional facility where they can, because it is not necessary that they'll have a children with their partner. They can have a children with someone else, right? So yes, surrogacy, one example. Okay. So Bharti is saying that this is a foreign idea, only transsexuals exist. Okay, but two, three things here. Now, if you look at the idea of intersex and transgenders, don't you find the mention in your Mahabharata? Think about it, Bharti. If you have, say, gone through the details, if you can remember. Sikhandi, yes. Don't you think, do you think it is a foreign idea? Right, so you are giving examples from ancient times. Great. Then the second idea is you are saying there are only transsexuals. Now, transsexuals, you would find that it is something related to modernity. Why? Because it is with modernity, it is with better infrastructure for healthcare, modern infrastructure for healthcare, that you can get your sex changed. You would not find, say, sex changing surgeries prevalent previously. It was very less. Okay. I hope this idea is clear. If not, the definitions which have been given here are fairly simple. Just go through them once during revision. But all I want you to understand is all these members will have different problems. Just think about this. Just think about this. If someone is a transgender, if someone is, say, male when it comes to their biological sex, but they behave like a girl, they behave like a woman, they'll be the ones, they can be the ones who get ridiculed in school. They can be the ones who get discriminated against in various aspects of life. But if there is someone who is gay, just think of someone who is gay. If a person is gay, they are primarily attracted to men. Now, those people, unless until they come out, unless until they say that, okay, I'm gay, there would not be any repercussions. They can go on leading a normal life because their family would not know, their friends would not know, right? So they can lead a normal life. Similarly, if there is an intersex, you see that in entire South Asian region, you find if there is someone intersex, and you find that these hijiras will come to your home whenever there is a wedding or a childbirth. And one of the important tasks that they do is, apart from, say, taking up dancing and singing activities and blessing the family and all the members, apart from that, another important task that they take up is they check whether the child that is born is intersex or not. If they're intersex, they take them away immediately because they have a different culture. Then they are socialized in a different manner. They live in a different community. That is what happens, if anyone is aware of that. So just remember, when it comes to the LGBTQ community, everyone will have different problems and you'll find different solutions. But if you think of the transgenders here, if you think of the problems related to transgenders, we are going to just use say, a universal framework. But just remember that there can be differences. There can be different solutions, different problems when it comes to all the members. Asexual is different. Okay. So let's address Shivam's question, so I think it'll help others as well. What is asexual? Asexual is someone who's not attracted to anyone, who's not attracted to any gender for that matter, or any person for that matter. It is a matter of sexual orientation. Now, if you think of a person who is celibate, or if you think of someone practicing celibacy or brahmacharya, you find that it is not a matter of orientation. It is a matter of practice and resistance. Celibacy is a matter of resistance. It does not mean that they are not attracted to anyone. How would we know? How would we know? If a person is celibate, or a person who is practicing celibacy, they need not necessarily be asexual. No, asexual is something. See, just think of something coming naturally. Think of something that you are imposing on yourself. Someone who is asexual, they are not biologically, they are not getting attracted to any gender, to anyone. But when it comes to celibacy, when it comes to someone who is practicing celibacy, they would have to resist. They have to say, impose a self-discipline that you do not have to. You have to remain celibate. You do not know what is going inside their head. They might be attracted to a particular gender. They might be attracted to, say, might be pansexual for that matter. But they are practicing, they're imposing that, resisting that. Okay, so I hope the idea about transgenders is clear to a certain extent. If not, just go through those definitions and try to understand better. Okay, now what are the various issues faced by transgenders? Again, I'm saying that everyone in that list will have different kinds of challenges and problems, but let's try to generalize the argument. So, lack of identity. So only recently, around 2012-14, find that the Supreme Court asked the government, or directed the government, to introduce a third gender, or third option when it comes to gender. So previously it was man or woman. Then they introduced this idea of transgenders, or the third gender. So they face the issue of lack of identity. Then otherwise as well, you think of this. If you particularly think of transgenders, did you find anyone in your class who was a transgender? Maybe during your school education or college education? No. The ones who are working in the class, the ones who are working in a corporate or any other government service, do you have any transgenders there at your workplace? No. Okay. Do you have any transgenders living in your neighborhood? Yes, again, no. So only a few responses, one or two responses, have been mentioned as yes, that they have someone who's transgender living in their vicinity, or they had someone whom they were going to school with. Then again, the idea of LGBTQ, yes, there can be people working at your workplace, or in your school, who come out and say that yes, I'm lesbian, or yes, I'm gay, or I'm pansexual, etc. But generally you find that they are missing from all the aspects of life. We do not know. We are not even aware. Now think of this. They have been there since times immemorial, but we do not have any idea. We do not have any understanding of the culture. We do not have any understanding of what goes on psychologically. We do not have any understanding of their issues. And primarily you will find that they have a way of community living. They live within their own community. They have a different culture that people are not aware of, that is not out there in public. They are generally the ones who are coming from poor section, or even if they come from, say, a rich household, later on, once they become a part of this community, they'll become poor. Why? They do not have any kind of economic opportunities out there. They do not have any kind of special protection meant for them. That becomes a problem. Similarly, you'll find a lot of them pushed into prostitution. A lot of your transgenders taking to, say, uh, taking to various sexual activities to earn their livelihood. They are the ones, if you look at the suicide rates, they are the ones you'll find that have the maximum proportion when it comes to suicide. Why? Because of the social stigma. Why? Because we do not care about them. Why? Because we do not consider them to be a part of the society, and they are being marginalized. And because of these issues, you'll find high levels of mental illness, high suicide rates, high levels of violence against them, not letting them enter our schooling system, education system, not letting them get any health related facilities. These can all be understood as problems related to transgenders. So if you want to look at the problems related to transgenders, look at all the aspects of life. Would the parents want to transfer their property? No. Would the administration help them? No. Do they have many, say, special protection or special protection? Again, no. With your previous act, you find that yes, new things are being done. Your gender inclusion fund is an example, but otherwise you find that these people have been living on their own, and it is not that they are few in number. It is not that they are few in number. I'll show you the facts related to that. So all these problems can be mentioned here. All these problems can be mentioned here when it comes to issues related to transgender. Now look particularly at the issues, health issues related to transgender. Now, the availability of basic infrastructure, basic healthcare facilities for them, no. High prevalence of HIV. Then you find that they are not getting basic facilities like vaccination, etc. High levels of mental health issues. Because of this social stigma, because of all this stress and anxiety, they have to take to substance abuse, and particularly alcoholism. So alcoholism, you'll find, is widely prevalent amongst transgenders. Then there's no awareness as to how to take care of the nutrition, because they do not have anyone to make them aware. Similarly, when it comes to prevalence of HIV, you find that most of your HIV programs they reach people after 18 years of age, because that is generally considered the age when you might have your first sexual intercourse. But if you look at the average age of sexual encounter when it comes to transgenders, it is 15 years. So they have low levels of awareness, they have they have high levels of malnutrition, they take to substance abuse. Then also you do not have say, good quality gender affirmative therapy available, because generally we look at the issues related to transgender as something of a problem. We think of it as a disease, right? We think of it as a disease. This is a problem which has to be fixed, rather than affirming their identity, rather than saying that, okay, you want to identify as male, it's okay. You should take them to counseling sessions. No, we say that it is a disease, it is a problem, it is a mental disorder which has to be fixed. So this has more to do with the approach of our society. So yes, no representation of transgenders at the political level. When you think of any kind of formal work, you'll find their absence. Yes, unavailability of separate toilets in public areas. So yes, they face discrimination in pretty much every aspect of life. Ravi is asking an important question that we see that for every section of the society, we talk about having a separate policy for protection. Now, you see, we are talking about your vulnerable sections. If you think about your right to equality and think of the idea of equity and equality, I think you will get there, because we are not talking about having similar outcomes. We're talking about at least letting people have similar, say, starting point. If someone who's not provided with education, if someone who's not provided with basic health care, and ultimately you want them to compete in this capitalized or in this capitalist market in the future, how would they compete with someone who is very well educated? How would they compete with someone whose awareness levels are low, who are coming from an affluent rich family? At least give everyone an equal starting point. That's why we are talking about spatial protection. That's why our constitution talks about positive discrimination. And if you remember, while discussing secularism, it was not particular. It was, yes, particularly in context of secularism, but otherwise as well. As we are moving ahead, as the times are changing, you find more and more countries, more and more nations, more and more governments getting inclined towards welfareism. Why? Because that is ultimately the way out. At least provide everyone an equal start. That's what the idea is. Okay, yes, so let's move ahead. Then think of transgenders and education. So you do not find them at all in your education system. You find that the dropout levels are very high. So this is an NHRC study on transgenders. Now it is limited to your Delhi and UP region. But if you look at this, you'll find that the numbers are miserable. That we do not have many, or we do not have a good proportion of transgenders taking to higher education. So without higher education, how do you expect them to get better job opportunities? Then they are discriminated when it comes to job opportunities. They become victims of harassment at the school level, at the college level. They get harassed by their fellow students. They get harassed by the teachers. They get harassed by the administration, etc. So you find there is a lot of discrimination when it comes to education as well. So their population in your 2011 census was estimated to be around 5 lakhs. But if you look at various other data, or particularly the data coming from this transgender community survey, you'll find the number is very high. But according to 2011 census, on this 4.88 lakh estimated population, the literacy rate was 56%. And to think of literacy rate, right now we are not thinking of better levels of education, just think of basic literacy rate. The literacy rate itself, where the metric is very simple, is 56% compared to the average 74% on the national level. Now, in news you would have, and someone had asked this question, in news you would have heard about, you find a lot of discussion around same-sex marriage. There's a lot of discussion around 377 when the changes were made, etc. Let's look at just briefly at the legal journey. Let's look at it briefly. In 2009, in Naz Foundation case, the Delhi High Court declared Section 377 unconstitutional and decriminalized homosexuality. But this decision was overturned in 2013 by your Supreme Court, saying that let's leave it to the legislature and not interfere in the matters of legislature. And they overturned that decision. Then later, you find in your Puttaswamy case that your your Supreme Court had ruled that fundamental right to privacy is intrinsic to life and liberty under Article 21. And then the idea was that sexual orientation, one of the members in the bench, they said that sexual orientation is an essential attribute of privacy. Because what was happening, that say there are two persons who are gay, and they are in as their private affair, they are having a sexual intercourse. They were becoming, they were being harassed by your administration, they were being harassed by the police. Why? Because in your section 377 of your Indian Penal Code, you find that sexual intercourse against the order of nature, and this order of nature was understood to be that a man can have intercourse only with a woman, or a woman can have intercourse only with a man. So this basic idea of having sexual intercourse against the nature was criminalized, and on the basis of this section 377, these people were harassed. So your Supreme Court later, in Puttaswamy case, they said that right to privacy is intrinsic to life and liberty. That what a person eats, personally, what the sexual orientation a person has, the person can have any sexual intercourse as they want in any form. That is what your 2017 judgment was about. Then moving on, ultimately, in your Navtej Singh Johar case, homosexuality was decriminalized. So in your section 377, out of this, that part was taken out. So yes, having sexual intercourse with an animal would still be punished, but yes, you can have sexual intercourse with whoever you want with their consent, and this idea of order of nature was removed. Then now in 2018, you find that Supreme Court talked about choice of partner being a fundamental right. Now this was in the context of interreligious marriage, that a person can marry anyone from any caste, any religion, any creed according to their will, and no one should question that, no one should come between that. Now from here the discussion turned to a different direction. They said that if a person is free to choose their sexual partner, if a person has the right to choice of a partner, why can't this choice of a partner be extended to same-sex marriage? And thereon, you find discussions on same-sex marriage going on. And now you find that, yes, the decision can come out anytime, right? The decision can come out anytime, and we have to see. So by the once the decision on same-sex marriage comes out, you'll find a lot of discussions, a lot of debates, a lot of articles coming on same-sex marriage, on the idea of sexual orientation, etc. Please go through those, take your notes, and incorporate them with your section on transgender as well. See, Anushka, you do not have to remember. This is just to show, just to portray basically that yes, government has been intervening. There have been changes being made in this. And also you find that wherever you find any kind of landmark judgment, say about your right to privacy, about decriminalizing homosexuality, once it comes on same-sex marriage, they automatically become important for your examination. That is something you would have to remember. Okay. Now, with this, what you have to do is, I think I have mentioned, okay, so I've given you a link here wherein you have all the all the schemes of the government related to your transgender section, related to your transgenders mentioned in one place, and you just go through these. No need to say sit and cram all these, but all you have to do is, if you look at one dimension of their life, if you say that they're not they are being discriminated against when it comes to the matters of education, you'll find gender inclusion fund in your national education policy 2020 mentioned there. So just mention that part. Then you mention various scholarships being provided by state and central governments. You also mention that part. Why? Because if these problems or if these government interventions are mentioned along with the problems, it will be easier for you to remember later. If you just take up this list and try remembering all these aspects, you will not be able to. Okay, just go through that link during the revision, try to add them with your challenges. On this note, you have your Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act 2019. Now, under this, they talk about protecting their rights. They talk about providing them place to live. And on the basis of this act, you have various, you were talking about SMILE, right? You were talking about the place to stay. All those things are being mentioned here that you can just go through, that they're talking about providing them a safe place to stay. Why? Because they are excluded or being discriminated against when it comes to the matter of having a place to stay. So all these steps have been taken to protect the rights of transgenders. Now, there are issues related to this. Now, the only issue that I would want to discuss here is that when it comes to the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act, they say now you have the right to identify as yourself as how you want. You can be a male biologically, and if you want to identify as a woman, you can. So this provides the right to self-identity. So we were saying there is a lack of identity as a challenge. This act provides with the right to identity or right to identify yourself, which is great. Now you can identify yourself. Now they have created a portal wherein you can get a certificate of self-identity. But the problem there is, to get the certificate of identity, you need a certificate from the local district magistrate, and you also need a psychologist's report for the application. Now, if the psychologist has to say, if the psychologist has to approve that this person can, yes, this person can identify themselves like this, then where is the aspect of self-identity? Ultimately, a person should be allowed, according to the act, a person should be allowed to identify themselves according to their own will. Then why do we need an approval from your psychologist? This is what one problem is. Similarly, if you look at other steps, if you think of your gender inclusion fund, so they're talking about providing better opportunities of education, but they do not talk about any kind of reservation which can be provided. So they are one of the most vulnerable sections when it comes to education. They are the ones where you have highest illiteracy rate in a country. But why can't we have reservation for them? Where is the provision for reservation? So when it comes to all these all these measures, you'll find certain problems, but you do not have to sit and remember everything. If you find anything in the news, if you find your Transgender Persons Protection of Right Act 2019 in the news, all you have to do is you just look at all the provisions. For the provisions as well, I provided this here, and this link actually also covers the critical analysis part. This link also covers the critical analysis part. So as in when you find all these things in news, you can just cover those at that time. You do not have to sit and remember everything, because you would not be able to. So a few provisions that are being mentioned, that have been mentioned here, everything is covered in this link, particularly to your Protection Act. This link has been provided here. You can just go through them. So rather than just factually covering it, it is better. Now also, what you have to remember with respect to transgender is, whenever you find the term gender mentioned, do not just think of women, also think of transgenders. That is what the idea is. So when you are talking about gender sensitive policies there, apart from women, you have to think of transgenders as well. So you can use examples from transgender to make your answer more comprehensive. So when you say gender inequality, this gender inequality is also extended to transgenders. So you can enrich your content on the gender dimension using various aspects of transgenders. Apart from that, another section is scheduled tribes. Now, scheduled tribes, scheduled caste is something which is thoroughly discussed when it comes to polity, right? So you discuss the commission. What are the problems related to commission? Those kind of questions can be asked here. Why? Because they are government bodies, or they are your constitutional bodies. There can be problems related to those. So those problems can be covered as a part of issues related to policies and design. So all those things that have been covered there, you let them be there, or you can integrate those in this subject with your vulnerable sections. Anything is fine as long as you revise them. Then also, the scheduled tribe is the constitutional idea, but you think of tribals. Now, do not think of tribals as a homogeneous group. When you think of tribals, think of people who are living in forests. Think of people who are engaged in subsistence agriculture. Think of people who are coming from various racial diversity. Think of people who have a different culture. So when you think of tribals, have an all-encompassing definition. Now, this part has been deliberately left blank so that you search about this. So Shamil is saying that they are the ones who were the original inhabitants of a country. One idea. Then if you look at tribals, they have a different culture. Then also, if you think of tribals, they are not, say, there is a lot of difference. If you think of your scheduled tribes, say, think of particularly Meenas from Rajasthan, right, a wandering tribe. Now look at the socio-economic development indicators, way better. Similarly, think of a tribe from Andaman. Say, think of tribes like Zarawas. When it comes to socio-economic indicators, lagging way behind. So there is a lot of diversity when it comes to tribals, but all you have to understand is our constitution talks about the term scheduled tribes. They do not define it. When you think of tribals, they are the ones who are engaged in various activities. You'll find tribals living in forest, in isolation. You'll find tribals working as the civil servants. You'll find tribals working in your industries, working as agricultural laborers. So the dimensions are very wide when it comes to tribals. They'll speak various dialects. Then also, when it comes to their distribution across the country, that is also not uniform. If you look at states in your northeast, you'll find the majority of the population there is tribal. So think of Nagaland for that matter. Similarly, if you think of areas like Haryana, Punjab, Delhi, Chandigarh, you find there is no tribal population at all. Yes, there can be tribes who have migrated from other place, because there are wandering tribes as well, who wander from one place to another, who move from one place to keep moving from one place to another. So yes, they can settle for a bit, but they do not have any tribal population that was, say, registered in the census. So when you look at tribals, you look at the constitutional idea, but you also look at the social idea, that who these tribals are. And remember, there's a lot of diversity. Remember, there are states where there is no tribal population. Then there are states in northeast. So for example, states like Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Nagaland, 90% of the population is tribal. Similarly, they have a lot of differences when it comes to socio-economic indicators. Then you'll find that if you look at maximum population of your tribals, you'll find it centered in your central and eastern region. So areas like Madhya Pradesh, and once you start moving towards the eastern side, you'll find all those states have a considerable population of tribals. Now, what are the issues? You find that issues range from scarcity of land, range from alienation from their own land, because if the government takes up any kind of developmental policy, they would have to, to construct a dam, they would have to displace people. To construct or to, say, mine resources from a region, they would have to displace people, the people who are living there. And mostly you'll find the people who are living in these areas are tribals. The people who are living in the lap of nature, who are living in the forests, are generally tribals. So they are the ones whose proportion you will find to be the maximum when it comes to displacement. Just look at this data, just an instance. So they'll have problems related to scarcity of land. They'll have problems related to alienation from their land. They would not have modern farming techniques, because if you look at it, from pre-British times, you find that they were living happily in their forests. They are living happily, taking up subsistence agriculture, going from one place to another, different way of life, different culture. No one was intervening in their life. But with Britishers' hunger for more and more, with Britishers' hunger for more economic resources, they started exploiting all the regions, and they displaced tribals on a huge scale. And when you go through modern history discussions, you find that there were tribal and peasant movements which were taken up primarily against the Britishers, against the policies wherein they would reserve these forest areas and not let these tribals enter. Now, these tribals generally taking up hunting and gathering. If they're not allowed to go to those forests to take the mere produce that they want, because they work on the basis of their needs, they were not in favor of, say, storing and amassing all the wealth. They did not believe in the idea of surplus. They just took to subsistence. So, if you are not letting them take enough for their needs, how would they survive? Because they do not have anything else apart from these forests. They do not speak the same language as other people. They do not have any kind of tangible skill that they can use to earn any kind of income. And that was the time. This is the historical idea of tribal revolts and the issues related to tribals. Now, they contributed to the mainstream national freedom movement, hoping that once this foreign government is ousted, once this alien government is ousted, we'll have our own government, we'll have our own people in the power, and they will let us use our resources. They let us use our resources in sustainable manner. But that did not happen. And that is the reason these tribal revolts, these protests went on. Similarly, if you think of the agrarian situation, they do not have any modern methods. The areas that they are coming from, if you think of the central region, say Madhya Pradesh, how's the land there? Is it very good when it comes to agriculture? No. Apart from agriculture, they do not have any other, kind of work to get employed in. They do not have sufficient infrastructure to sustain their agriculture. They do not have any kind of surplus. So if they rely basically on monsoon, they do not have any irrigation facilities. If there is a delayed monsoon or irregular monsoon, that will ultimately lead to no harvest. How do they sustain? Where do they get credit from? Then living in the forest, as already discussed, that they have been ousted from the forest. Forests have been reserved. Now, also with increasing means of, with better means of transport and communication these days, you find people also, other people also moving to those areas whom they consider as alien, whom they think are not someone of our own. And these people go primarily to take up various kinds of economic activities. That is what the idea behind migration is. And they face staunch competition from these people, which also becomes an issue, which also becomes a reason for their impoverishment. Also, we have already looked at the indicators of wealth in tribals in your first chapter on caste. Then you think of the indicators in education, think of the indicators of health. Everywhere you find a problem. So tribals who have a different culture, we try to impose a uniform culture on them, becomes a problem. We do not have sufficient number of literate and educated tribals who can teach their own people. Why? They have a different culture. So they have to be taught in their own language. They have to be taught relating things to their own culture, which we do not have sufficient options for. Now, what is the way forward? What do we do about it? Whether we intervene, whether we tell them that, okay, this is the idea of development that you should also follow, that we have been following, or should we leave them on their own? Let them struggle with their health issues, let them struggle with their education, let them do or live as how they want. No, we have to strike the right balance. So we have to, yes, let them develop along their own their own ideas of development, along their genius, according to their potential, according to their demands, but not intervene much in their affairs. Let them have right over the land and forest, because they basically believe in hunting and gathering. Yes, we can limit, but let's respect their rights over their land, over the use of the land. Then make people or train people out of this tribal section, rather than sending people from outside. Train people from within the community to help the community at large. Do not over administer the areas in which the tribals live. Do not overwhelm them with a multiplicity of schemes. Why? Because their idea of development, their idea of living is different compared to us. Then, rather than looking at the statistics, so simply understood as, rather than looking at the output, look at the outcome. See whether their quality of life has been improved or not. Just do not think about this much money has been invested or this percentage of reservation has been provided. Look at it whether their quality of life has actually improved or not. So this is the idea of Panchsheel. So you have these 5 principles propounded by Mr. Nehru to deal with tribals. So this can easily be understood as way forward. If a question is asked, it'll be a fairly simple question if at all it is asked. I don't think a question like this can be asked, but yes, at least you have points for way forward, that how you can approach this question. So yes, the middle path between assimilation and isolation is integration. Great, that is what the idea is. Land problems can be related with Kantara movie, absolutely yes. The role of, but it was different. The issue that was taken up there was different for that matter. So yes, there are a lot of rebellions, tribal movements, etc. that happen. We can identify the problems. I have written all the problems here in all the aspects. Okay, I've written the problems here. We can just identify the problems, accordingly look at what kind of government initiatives have been taken up. And as a way forward, just remember your Panchsheel, these 5 principles, that will be more than sufficient. Now you have all these other questions, and I think a few of these questions have been discussed. Let's just look at them quickly. Poverty in India is not merely an economic phenomena, but also a social one. Discuss. So your body part would say, in your body part, you would have to explain that how it is also. So briefly, you would have to think of poverty as a economic phenomena. Then you have to give major weightage to poverty as a social phenomena. Can you quickly tell what is this economic and social phenomena? And also in your conclusion part, you can think of suggestions or government intervention targeting poverty. So yes, economic or as an economic phenomena, just go back to your vicious cycle of poverty, the cause and effect relationship that was mentioned there. And from there, you will get the perfect answer. So how it can be a social phenomena? If there are people who are being discriminated against on the basis of their caste, who are not being let, or who are not being being led to take up any kind of economic opportunity that they want, what will it lead to? Poverty. Similarly, as a social phenomena, think of it as think of all the social dimensions that we had discussed, the issues related to slum, the issues related to health, the issues related to education, how all those factors can contribute to poverty. Then yes, you can think of feminization of poverty as well. Then in your introduction part, you can think of poverty as any other phenomena apart from social and economic. Apart from social and economic, poverty can be a political phenomena. Poverty can be a psychological phenomena. Now in this question, as it is meant to be written in 150 words, you do not have a lot of scope for introduction and conclusion. So your conclusion has to be one line. and your introduction also has to be one line. So in one line you conclude that how poverty can be a political and psychological phenomena as well. And in your body part, which gets the maximum weightage, you can cover briefly how it is an economic phenomena and how it is a social phenomena. So I hope this question can be answered. Okay, so these are questions which have been mentioned, which have been given in your weekly test as well. I think a few of these questions are. Okay, so collaboration between public and private sectors along with a suitable regulatory framework can help create a balanced healthcare ecosystem that addresses the diverse needs of the Indian population. Critically analyze. Okay, I have not given the answer for this. Just look at this question. Other questions are fairly simple. We'll come back to this question. Look at this question. That caste and class as two different forms of social stratification have often been found to overlap with each other. Now, this is the same question wherein we were talking about how caste is transforming into class and how class has always been related to caste system. So this question has been discussed directly. It has just been framed in a different manner. Now, again, poverty is the single biggest challenge in the face of health and education in India. So relationship between health and poverty, but we have to critically analyze. So one idea is that poverty is not the only challenge in the face of health and education. So in introduction, you can think of other challenges to health and education, right? In introduction, you can think of this. Then we are saying how poverty is the biggest challenge in face of health and education. So what do? You create those vicious cycles of poverty and health, of poverty and education in your body part. But you have to remember that we have to critically analyze this, right? If you want to critically analyze this, you have to think that if a person is not poor, you have to think that one idea is that poverty is poverty being a cause of poor health. Also, you have to think that how poverty cannot be a cause of poor health, right? Think of your lifestyle. Think of the relationship that we have discussed there, the relationship between all these aspects, the vicious cycles that we had discussed, if you remember. So yes, it can be a matter of public spending. So easily you can answer this question as well, but you have to remember, you have to critically analyze. So you have to cover both the dimensions. Yes, today is the last class. Then also there is this question wherein it talks about the legitimacy of self-help groups and how, what are the issues related to legitimacy and accountability of self-help groups and how they need systematic assessment and scrutiny for their sustenance. What does that mean? That you have to first highlight the issues related to legitimacy and accountability, and then you have to address the question that why is there a need for this assessment and scrutiny. That's what you have to cover. I've given all the points here. That you can take up. Okay, so another question is the centrally sponsored schemes that we have. What are the problems and what can be the way out? So in your introduction, you can just simply first talk about what are these centrally sponsored schemes. Then briefly, you can talk about what are the problems related to these centrally sponsored schemes, and then think of suggestions. So all the entire answer for these questions have been given. Let me come back to the question that I wanted to discuss, because it is something that you'll need a little inputs from me. For this, you'll need a little input from me. Okay, another thing is, sorry, I forgot the announcement that you have already received a feedback form on your mail. So please fill that feedback form and send it across. Please let us know what suggestions do you have to improve the quality of our classes. If there is a problem, please, and if it was good, you can give a feedback accordingly. Okay, coming back to this question, collaboration between public and private sectors. So this is talking about PPP along with a suitable regulatory framework. So it is already addressing the issue. So we say that once the private sector enters any domain, we'll have issues related to regulation, because they'll keep the prices high. They would not maintain the quality. So they are already checking that. Can help create a balanced healthcare ecosystem that addresses the diverse needs of the Indian population, critically analyze. So these diverse needs, if you remember, have been discussed with nutrition. I hope you remember that these diverse needs have been discussed with nutrition. We have diverse needs in the sense of affordability. We have diverse needs in the sense of age group. We have diverse needs in the sense of gender. We have diverse needs for children, elderly, etc. So you have to think in that direction. And also the basic answer is based in how you can achieve universal health coverage with the help of private sector. Remember, we were saying that a question can be asked on a specific dimension. So how traditional medicine system can help us achieve universal health coverage. Similarly, how private sector can help us achieve, or how privatization of healthcare can help us achieve universal health coverage. But you have to critically analyze. So if you have to critically analyze, you have to look at both the positives of privatization of healthcare and also the negatives of privatization of healthcare. So all these points have been given, all these points have been discussed in the class. So I think the body part is not going to be a problem. Coming to the conclusion, in conclusion, you can think of redressing those negative aspects. You can think of fixing the negatives of privatization. How? First idea is regulatory framework. Apart from that, there can be other steps to fix the negatives of privatization of healthcare. So I hope these two parts are clear. Just think of introduction. Just think of introduction. In introduction, you can talk about how apart from privatization, what can be the other ways to achieve the said objective. What can be the other ways? Traditional medicine system. What can be the other way? Increasing public expenditure on health, right? So all those other aspects can be mentioned. Apart from this, you can think of any kind of issues related to, or any kind of examples or facts related to privatization of healthcare that come to your mind, or that is something that you have recently seen in your newspapers. So you can write those facts as well. And also in introduction, apart from these things, you would have to briefly mention about the diverse needs. Apart from any kind of introduction that you choose, please do mention about the diverse needs of our population. Please do mention about the diverse needs of our population. Okay. So with this, we conclude our discussion on social issues and justice. So it was great these 13 days getting to interact with you, learning new things myself, helping you learn a lot as well. So what I would expect you to do is you would revise all these concepts properly. Now you would have a better understanding of integrating current affairs with your static. Also, I hope you have now a better understanding of how to write answers, how new questions can be framed, right? So please put in a little efforts on your end. Try to write more and more answers, not just related to this subject, but other subjects as well. Try to apply the understanding that you have gained from this subject for your answer writing to other subjects as well. And also, I'm repeating again, the feedback form that you have received, please fill it and send it across. And for any kind of problems that you face, you have my email ID. You can just drop me a mail and I'll try to respond as soon as I can. So thank you for all the suggestions. Thank you for the appreciation and have a good day.